Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up back up, 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 back
coming out from Pain. They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a sneaky play. No, oh my god!
The Vipers pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. Oh my word! Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are finally here after a long year. It is now up to the Oceanic Champions of Valorant. I cannot wait to bring this all to you. But for now, my name is Mitch Conky Concannon. Alongside me, it is a privilege to be here with Kevin Avril Walker. Kev, how you doing, my friend?
Back for one night only, fellas. It's happening. Return to OCE. Return to whence I came. It's exciting. It's exciting stuff, dude. It's been a long time coming, and I'm glad to be on the show.
Nah, as I said, mate, it's a pleasure to have you here, you know, finally back on some Oceanic grind. But look, for anyone who maybe has missed or hasn't been a part of some of the previous broadcasts in earlier in the year, let's give a little cheeky tournament explainer for you all to bring you up to speed.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance Qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to Let's Play Live/VOT.
6 open qualifiers, 6 closed, 3 stage finals, and now it all comes down to the absolute clutch here for the Oceanic Championship. But of course, alongside that comes some extra prize money, which is of course what we're going to be looking at on the screen now. So yeah, it's a big extension now, up to 20 grand. Of course, it was 10,000 throughout each of those 3 regional finals, which is where the teams accumulated the points and also bringing their way through. So 8,000 at the very top, and it trickles down from there. Every single person who has been a part of this now will also be walking away with some prize money, even 1,500 for that sort of point in time. But that's not all. Of course, we do as well. Big shout out to Vodafone. Have the Vodafone MVP, which I do believe is going to be announced Sunday. You know, based on obviously some statistics and some performances that we have seen from our tippy top players throughout the competition. But yeah, Kev, look, so much to play for in this competition.
And there's something extra to play for here, Mitch. There's one very special prize right at the tippy top. Yeah, the 8,000 is very good. The 4,000 is excellent as well. But you know what? I think what teams are really interested in here, what they've been playing and waiting for 5+ months for, is to get into NA Last Chance Qualifier. The opportunity to go overseas, get into the Last Chance Qualifier to maybe have a shot at Champions. That's got to be the end goal for all of our top teams, all of the teams here, all 8 of the teams that have made it this far, that have qualified into the final stage. The chance to go international is, I think, what every Welsh player dreams of doing.
Absolutely, and that's going to be 10 teams, obviously inside North America, 8 from North America. Do believe there's been some, different seeding and competition rankings, but then our 2 that are going to be going over there, as you mentioned, all the way over to North America into that international stage, and it's LAN, Kev. So I cannot wait to see what is going to be performing over there. But to give you guys a bit of a rundown on who our top 8 are that are going to be contesting for those 2 spots, here it is. So clean, right at the top, it's Order. Of course, you know, they have had such a good run. I do believe only being felled one time by Wildcard, and that was twice in the stage 2 regional finals. But from there on, it's been really hard to determine who is, second, third, fourth, and fifth. It's been even out towards 6th where Bliss sits right now. It's been such a interesting contest around that mark, with only Order kind of sitting as that really top strength.
I think Wildcard in second place as well it should be a fairly comfortable position at the moment. Obviously, they like to be first. They've beat Order before, but Wildcard ideally is still in the top 2 here, based on what I've seen, based on what I've heard as well. Wildcard is still one of those top teams. They would still be that next favorite after Order to make it to the Last Chance Qualifier, or obviously Order come in as our top seed for good reason. They've been our most dominant team this entire year.
For sure, and I do believe it was actually Direwolves like just clinching that spot over Vertex right at the very end. So there's a lot of storyline, there's a lot of narrative around this competition so far. So I believe, you know, what an appropriate time to actually dive in and check out what these matchups mean, what the seeding's looking like, and ultimately what the course of the competition. So remember, it is from today through till Sunday. Of course, we're going to have an array of beautiful casters across on this broadcast for you all. There is also a B-sided stream. So today, what we are going to be walking you through will be Order versus Direwolves, and then Peace versus Legacy. And then over on that B stream will be Wildcard versus Nebula and Mindfreak versus Team Bliss. So do believe that's going to be digital and Smash. So make sure you do go and save your day to them as well. But yeah, so this one, Kev, you know, we've got some big games to roll on through. And, you know, obviously it's first versus 8th seed, but then also a little bit more of the middle of the pack. So we've got a bit of variety Friday tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a probably opening tough game for Direwolves to take on Order, but to be honest with you, Peace versus Legacy could go pretty close. 4th versus 5th seed. When I look at the seeding here, actually, it's pretty accurate as far as I'm aware in terms of where the relevant strengths of teams are. Obviously, in the middle pack there, especially in the middle pack, a lot of teams can beat other teams just based on who shows up the day, right? So we got a week of this moving forward. If this is your week, if this is where you've decided to show up and where you're peaking, there's an opportunity to make upsets happen.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like, what an upset, right? Being able to go over internationally, represent our region. So that's why we need everybody firing on all cylinders and driving forward. But without further ado, let's introduce those teams. Of course, we have Order. It's a familiar bunch of faces. We've seen them all. And again, only failed once. It was 2 different series, the best of 3 and the best of 5 grand final in the stage 2 regional finals. And it was a hot wildcard who were taking them through. The roster's a little bit different now since the addition of Maple, but these guys don't really need an introduction, right? They are, you know, masterminds from the Counter-Strike scene, including Maple, and they have just been tearing house throughout the Valorant scene for the entirety of the year.
And really, since EXO left and that rivalry kind of dissolved with EXO moving to Sonics over into the US, over into North America, playing through their circuit instead, Order have been very easily coming in to take that position as #1, as the top dog. And yeah, you mentioned Wildcard coming in for stage 2. That challenge was really good. And since then, both teams have made at least one roster addition or change, and Wildcard have kind of fallen off a little bit here in stage 3. In Order, I mean, they've just been as stable as ever.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm really, really excited to see. So, you know, before I actually got a chance to sit down with Tux over the weekend and pick his brain to see how he's feeling about coming into the competition.
I think our team is way better than we've ever been right now, and as individuals we're way better than we've ever been. We have a really great coach in Ollie, which is like such a huge bonus, and having one guy that knows the ins and outs of the team and understands competitive Valorant at a really high level and competing at a really high level, having him there to look over everything that we do and criticize us and give us feedback and, you know, encourage us on the good things we do as well is so important. It is a big reason why we're as good as we are.
Disco to start off, Autumn for 2 with the shorty.
Like, in regards to team practice, it's good and it's bad. You know, we're like driving, we're trying to achieve something. We have a goal that we want to get, and we've been playing for that all year. So that's what keeps us going every day. And as individuals, that's what keeps us going, because that's where we want to compete. We want to compete internationally against the world's best. We want to do that consistently. Practice in Australia has been a bit grim sometimes. Obviously, it's a really young scene and people aren't being paid or whatever. So teams change and whatnot and don't develop as much, but individually a lot of players are getting better. Matt and just his eye gelling in Valorant has been really good, and he always watches a lot and tries to increase his knowledge. And I think even in CS, like, because people saw him as a young player, they didn't understand what he did behind the scenes. Like, he was always that kind of kid that would bring a lot to the team and would speak up a lot and not be afraid to speak up and give ideas. So he was never just a fragger in Counter-Strike. He was always a lot more than that. He just wasn't the IGL. I guess he's matured as a person as well, developed more into a leader. Everything's coming together for him and us. Yeah, it's been really good. JJ is just a beast. He brings everything that's really good to the team. He brings a great personality. He gets along with everyone. He's not afraid to speak up. He puts in a lot of effort, and he just wants to win. I think he's been an amazing pickup for us, to be honest. I really enjoy playing with him, and it's been really enjoyable since we've had him. For me, especially, like, as an individual, I'd really set my sights on competing at Champions, and obviously that means we have to get through the Last Chance Qualifier and everything, so that's really driven me, and everything that I do inside the game and outside the game is because of that. So I think everyone's in the same page in our team in regards to that.
Well, there it is, Order. And something there that was really interesting to me, Mitch, as well, is what Tux is saying about the goal and the dream of going to Champions, going through the Last Chance Qualifying. That's what this roster is built for. That's what the success of this roster is aimed towards as well. And I think we do look at Order as that team which is kind of the shining beacon of OCE currently. I mean, they've been our best team for a long time. They're the team that we expect that should be one of the top 2 teams moving on through. There's almost no way they can't be, right? There would be a heavy upset not to have Order being one of the top teams qualifying through to the last chance qualifier. And they're confident as well. They truly believe they will be able to have some real damage done versus top NA teams. At this stage as well, you know, they're a team that I'm pretty certain that they could beat Sonics again if they were to play Sonics.
No, literally exactly what I was going to raise there. You know, the 5 boys in just like levels of firepower and experience across the board, right? Bringing on Maple, someone who can flex a whole bunch of different roles and still being really, really strong and sharp and apparently quite vocal and everything. It's just an unstoppable build. So, you know, obviously when they did lose, it was with Signed, and they've, you know, since strengthened that roster even further with Maple. So you're exactly right. I think they're, you know, probably in the best boat to really represent our region solid. But yeah, look, I think it'll be a really interesting thing to see if they actually do go down. But across, you know, that means they do have an opponent. We do have to work out who that's going to be, and we know it's Direwolves. So this is a really big question mark to me, and what they have been throughout the course of the year. They've had a bit of an up and down sort of year in regards that they were waiting on this one little addition being Ninum, and it's not exactly a little addition. You know, he's one of the arguable best players in the region. Super insane. He was, you know, imperative, a key element of that wildcard victory back in stage 2. So now that it's kind of started to settle, I'm very excited to see what they've got with some prac under their belt.
That's a return to the team as well. I mean, then it goes back to Direwolves as immediately taking that jet roll away from Lou, who's now, I suppose, permanently moved over towards Reina. And it's this kind of thing where Direwolves have been having up and down results. This is also my old organization. It's about maybe a year ago exactly that I was the coach of this team back with 3 of the old wildcard guys, funny enough, way back in the day. And Direwolves, they've kind of barely scraped through, as you mentioned. They had a tiebreaker, and I mean, they nearly were not this 8th seed team. So now it's about, can they make an upset happen versus Order? If they can't do that, can we take away maps? Probably it's going to be a lower bracket run, but Dire will still have a lot to play for, and they have still, I think, a decent pathway to be able to still get a top 2.
Yeah, for sure. And I think if they are firing on all cylinders, you know, everyone is loud in the server and everything like that, that's when they can really cause those upsets and get the revenge. You know, as I said, as you mentioned, it might be in the lower bracket, but still, you know, it's a team that we can definitely know can fire up. And as a result, I actually sat down and chatted to Wrath over the weekend to pick his brain on how the roster had been doing.
Feels pretty good that all the work we put in throughout the year with the rough like rosters and stuff like that, and all paid off in the end, I guess, and we got the final shot. So yeah, we're hoping to give it our all and see what we can do. Definitely been a lot more comfortable playing a lot of the top teams, I guess. Yeah, the only team we haven't really pracked against is like Order. We've been holding our own, if not like putting up some good results in scrims, but yeah, sort of take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, we're definitely feeling comfortable. Yeah, we're definitely confident. Our structure, so Mo or Misty's calling, and like sort of the rest of us just chipping in. A lot of secondary like callers and stuff like that. The whole team basically, we're all chipping in. Yeah, obviously we knew we would have to verse Order coming in as the 8th seed. So yeah, it's going to be a tough match, obviously. I think they're a lot better than, yeah, it's going to be a hard game. We're all boys, so yeah, we usually just hop on, get in a listen party together, just watch like VODs and stuff, I guess, and then just go over like weaknesses, strengths, and we just usually stick to our game plan. But obviously like the sample space of that is very low, as we've only played like 2 official games with this roster, I'm pretty sure, too. So we haven't really versed like a real like heavy hitting team, so we haven't really done that like routine of like VOD review and stuff before the game, talking about the game plan. So yeah, like that's all gonna come down to this week and how we prepare.
So definitely doing a little bit of preparation leading up into this one, and I'm excited to actually do, see it's only been those couple of official games with Ninum on board. So yeah, definitely really keen. It's always a good time to chat with Wrath. You know, again, he has had such a deep line of experience. You know, used to represent our region for Counter-Strike back in the day under the Tainted Minds banner. So really, really good insight from him, and keen to see how they do, tonight.
And I think, just listening to what he's saying there as well, they know that they're underdog here. They know that they got a lot of work to do in this top 8 to make it through. There's a lot of good teams. Order's obviously the first target here. It's going to be a very, very hard target to reach. But then moving forward as well, if they can get past some of the other teams, as I said, the pathway is open there. If they have a really good week, it's about showing up now as much as you can. And there's 2 players on this team that can really do that. I mean, I think Ninum and Lou have got to be who you talk about here. This is the region of Jets. That's kind of how I look at OCE. If there's one agent that I could use to just describe all of OCE, it's 100% got to be Jets. I know she's South Korean in game, but I think spiritually she might be Australian.
I think you're probably right. It's seems like more of the thing of, how many frag movies can we see involving Jet, during the course of the time. But yeah, so that does actually, ironically enough, lead us to our head-to-head, Kev, which is a Jet matchup, which I guess you can all expect. I suppose on the back of it, Autumn does seem to, pick up the, Phoenix when required, and, occasionally the Rainer as well. So it's, a little bit more broad in that sense. But Ninham, we're going to be seeing straight Jets. And look, I'm not too offended by that. He's an incredibly sharp player and definitely a big pivot piece in this Direwolves roster.
And like I said earlier, part of the big reason why Wildcard were able to beat Order in Stage 2 as well, Ninham being at the spear tip of that as the Jet player. And he's so good on this agent that he comes in and kind of moves Lou off, and Lou was the Jet player on this team, right? So it's the kind of thing where we look at a lot of teams, you can really just identify this Jet main on the team. Everyone's got at least one. Some teams have like 2 to 3. As we just looked at Direwolves, they got at least 2 here. I think there are teams that like legitimately have like 3 players that all have all at some point been their Jet player. And it's one of the few things where, because I mainly casted NA, when I look at back at OCE, like what are some of the differences, right? I think if you were to pick one agent for NA that like encompasses what it is, it's probably Rainer. Here it's definitely Jet because there's just so much Jet. It's very good Jet, but it's very Jet focused.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it certainly can, pull some spicy things away. But then how many times will you see, them get like 1 or 2 frags and then they keep pushing because they want that highlight, and then eventually it all sort of starts to fall apart. But regardless, it is exciting. It makes some really, really flashy Valorant for us. And, on the back of that, why don't we segue in and check out what the maps are actually going to be? Because I saw them before, Kev, and I got to say, I'm pretty excited with this one. Starting off on Breeze, Icebox second, and then leftover will be Ascent. So Order, obviously, it's an interesting one in the sense that they moved away a little bit more from that split now. They used to be super heavy handed to try and pick that one up and use it as kind of like a trump card. Now they've very much rolled away, and I think Direwolves have just gone straight in that regard too, just knowing how strong Order's bind is, get rid of that one. So a big trump card in Breeze here. I'm interested to see with Direwolves picking that one. They must feel pretty confident on it.
And it's the sort of thing where Direwolves actually have a bit of a freebie in here. Both teams don't want to play Split. I believe Split is a permanent ban for both sides. He talked about the fact that Order no longer want to play this map. And to me, that really starts with Stage 2 where they lost Split to Wildcard. And since then, it's been like, okay, maybe not so much. Maybe this will just be a permanent ban from now on. As you mentioned, Direwolves did take away Bind, which is probably Order's best map. It's the top 2, one of the top 2 best maps in there. The next best map for Order after that is going to be Icebox, which there's no surprise. That's going to be their map pick. But the interesting one, like you mentioned, is Breeze, because it's kind of a, wildcard. No, not the team in terms of, what the feeling of the term wildcard being that neither team has a lot of experience. They've got like 2 total official matches each on this map. So it could just be pocket strategies for Direwolves coming on through, trying to take Order somewhere unfamiliar. Who knows?
No, for sure. And I think that's going to be very much, driven around what agents we're going to be seeing on this composition. Breeze still being in a very, very interesting stage, I guess. It really determines what they're going to pick out. I'm sure we'll probably see the Viper. We're definitely going to be seeing the Jets. But yeah, I'm kind of like easing back into this one going, I don't really know what I'm going to expect. And I'm kind of happy to just let it roll out in front of me and determine what actually is going to set us up, not only for this series, but also kind of the rest of the night, right? We talk about this one being quite one-sided, potentially, Order by all means should be dominating and straight out the gates with this one. But look, if they've been putting some crack into Breeze, that might be like a big wow factor. And I think, why don't we do exactly that right now? Check out these agents. Going to be looking in. It's going to... Okay, cool. Yep, the Rainer and the Jet for the side of the Direwolves. And then, alrighty, Disco's going to be on that Sky. This is looking interesting, Kev. I like this.
And what you're seeing over towards the Order side of things, they've played this composition before. It's pretty standard, even, overseas as well. When I look at Order as a team, they remind me the most of a team that kind of follows closer to an NA meta. They're the type of team that has that more of style, a little bit more structured as well. In fact, a lot more structured than the majority of teams in Oceania. And willing to flex their players around multiple different roles. Sure, you got some staples in here. Autumn will most likely be on the Jet across the board. Maple's most likely going to be on that server, taken over from Signed server previously. But Tux, Disco, and Texter honestly swap around a lot. Texter, and especially, who's currently on Sentinel for this map, is coming through over on the Cypher. Rainer, I find, is a little bit more rare on a map like Breeze, so we'll see if that's going to be one of those pocket picks coming through from Direwolves. But as I also said earlier as well, since Lou has moved away from Jet and Ninham's taken up that role, Lou's been almost exclusively playing Rainer.
Yeah, and I think it's a good opportunity for him. You know, a player that kind of thrives in those moments where he can push forward and take a lot of positional control off the back of it, you know, using the cheeky heals to get himself back up to full and keep on pushing. But Kev, this is the time. This is the opening evening that we are here for the Oceanic VALORANT Championships. As we said, 5 or so months of build-up and constant, and this is the drive. This is the moment. We've got 2 teams that are going to be representing us in North America on LAN, and I cannot wait to find out who that's going to be. And we started all here on Breeze.
Round number 1, Direwolves defending, Order on attack. Obviously, because it is Direwolves selecting the map, Order have selected to attack first. Full ghosts across the board here. So they're going to get quite aggressive over towards B. Very standard. Viper wall being put over towards B right up the front. It's going to be elbow control being taken first from Autumn.
Very big amount of pace. They're looking to wrap on the way around now. The Hawk will go through. Missed. Is he going to be ready for it? Not quite. Texter will be taken down. Raph now has to try and find a swing. But that's going to be the side taken very quickly. Disco's also fell blue in the process. And just the last 2 members now wrapping through. Ninum is able to find one, but that spike is going to be planted.
Texter testing the waters over towards spawn a little bit there. Receives a couple of shots. That's going to be the only casualty for Order so far. Could have been a flawless, honestly. It was a 5v3. Very healthy with the members of most of the Order squad. There's Direwolves now. Swapping over a couple of these sheriffs. Then would love to find a tap, but he's on 13 HP. It's not looking good.
He will ultimately go down. Tux left in the middle area. And we'll drop down Pain. So this is a good start from Order. As you mentioned, pretty close to flawless. But I think they're going to be happy to walk away with that one site. Relatively clean and free and taken. And that'll be a great opening here.
It's a free sheriff upgrade for Autumn here as well. Show it away into the buy. He's taking no chances here. Bulldog Spectres full armor buying down to 0, so Order want another clean round. They don't want to take too much damage. They don't want to drop any weapons here either. Direwolves obviously not going to be forcing the defense. They're not on the attack just yet. A couple more sheriffs online for Lou and Ninum. 2 fraggers here. So the 1 taps are what we're looking for. If those 2 duelist players on Direwolves can open things up, this is how Direwolves might be able to pull something through still.
The damage game. Cruising on through the cave. Toxic screen. Keeping the open space for the time being. Nothing really spotted on the back of the Aldrone so far. So really just setting up for utility, but it does look like Order are going to be here pretty damn quick. Good opening frag from Autumn and another from Tux. So business as usual in this second round so far.
And, you know, Marshall's just going to completely rip through all these unarmored players. Texter had the flank coming through from Dills as well. Just a couple more members alive. They do have Lou. Now it's just Lou on the sheriff here. So we're looking for maybe 1 frag, a little bit of damage, take away a gun. Not going to happen at all. Order with the 1 tap coming through from Autumn. And pretty much as clean as a whistle here. A little bit of damage onto both Texture and Autumn for the repurchase of the armor, but the economy is looking fantastic.
Yeah, no, great start. Super strong. And I like that from Order. It wasn't, you know, overly quick. They kind of set themselves up, got the utility down, and ultimately felt their way through on towards that site. No overextensions, locking down the rotations. And, you know, Dunsky, 2 rounds. Now an opportunity, full buy to come in through the Direwolves. Let's see if they've got what it takes. I guess the light shield is going to impact slightly, but just that bonus.
And they don't have full shields on the side of Direwolves here, because, I mean, they had a few rounds now, a couple rounds where sheriffs were picked up. Slightly more expensive, not a lot of money left over. They also didn't get kills. In fact, Ninum's the only one that's gotten a frag, and he'll be the first one down. That's going to be painful for Direwolves.
Yeah, great opening. Star Fragger and Ninum already down. Trying to get very aggressive, going for that swing. Information gathered, but behind the wall. So ultimately, Autumn just looking to clear out that side. They will be able to get the spike down on the A site once more. Narrowly missed shot. Information gathered, and it's going to be Pain going down. So no real activity from the Direwolves as of yet. Autumn,
My God.
Okay. This is a bit of a tear right now. Wrath with 1, but he's going to find 4 more.
Oh, congratulations, Direwolves. They've officially doubled up and now tripled up their kills. That's 3 on the board compared to the one they started out with, and Texter with the flank. Has the angle, gets the free upgrade. The rest of Order will do exactly the same here. As, I mean, the Marshal still doing a decent amount of damage, but, sorry. Marshal now being handed over to Luke as he'll be pieing up. Direwolves are in a bit of trouble. That round 3 was very important for them to be able to walk away with kills on. Yeah, they get the 2. They can't stop the plant. It seems like Order's aggression on either side of the map so far, but definitely on A on that last round. They just completely walked over Direwolves, and it was very difficult for them to get any sort of response. Wrath, if there were a few more members alive surrounding Wrath, maybe the couple kills would have been able to turn things over to a 3v3 on a retake. Here, now we're just looking for a half buy.
Really, really well set for the next few rounds. Money's good, and mid control will be established. So still trying to keep the pace nice and hot. A little bit of a rotation back around towards B, just leaving Lou having to spot through mid. Doesn't get spotted as a result, though. Texter very aware, and he's even going to pick up another. This is just looking pretty clean. Okay, Texter. Go for it. Why not? Dash
Hold for
away.
safety.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Clean as you like.
Why not? I mean, you don't want to have a round where you're giving away too much here. They give away absolutely nothing. I mean, if it wasn't for that previous round, we would have had... We've had most rounds so far for Order looking like they could have been potential flawlesses. So still just sitting on those 3 kills for Direwolves so far. We weren't expecting much that run. You would need Ninim and Lou to get a couple of clean shots each, headshots, or 1 body shot each on the same play. Okay, back to a gun round now, Mitch. Number 5 on the board. This is super important for Direwolves. 1 away from Viper's Pit on Wrath as well. Typical setup over towards B4 Wrath, over onto that wall. But it's A that it's going to be a target for Order.
Yeah, a bit more aggressive, trying to lock that position down early, but the Sage Wall has already been destroyed. Toxic Screen not really going to mark off a whole lot, but now they do start to pick up that pace. The aggression from Lou here might be a big factor. He's already on the flank.
This looks like he'll be spotted. There should be a timing here. Lou should be good for a couple of kills. Seekers betray him. Seekers have revealed this positioning right there, and that means that Order are prepared for that flank. At least they should definitely be aware now. Disco should have the angle on this, and Lou's taking his time because he knows his position has been compromised. Over onto the side itself, we still have a bit of a duel happening. Here we go. Lou's got a couple of frags lined up potentially. There it is. That could be the round going over Direwolves now.
If you wanted any player inside a 1 versus 3, it would be Autumn. There's one looking to find a second, and he will be able to pick it up as well. Just 4 bullets and on for the 4K. Reload will be secured, but now Lou repositions very wise. Getting up into the tube here and very much just watching that flank position now. So Autumn is going to take all the time in the world. 35 seconds left to try and clear it, try and bait him out of position.
30 seconds.
Autumn
left.
has util. Double smoke stash available as well. If there's a way to sneak away the spike, dash to safety, the mobility is very important here. The fact that the util is available is potentially a game changer, but he has no idea what Lou is. Oh, the headshots are so clean. A 4K for Autumn. Disgusting comeback for Autumn that looked like Direwolves had saved the day. Looked like Lou's flank. Overthrew into A holes, was going to net Direwolves their first round. In order to say, not just yet. Autumn 8-0.
Yet to go down and yet to, I guess, lack impressing us around the world, around the time. You know, known as one of the stars of the region, and that is exactly why it plays it super smart. Just the crosshair placement as well up towards the tube. Very well played by Autumn.
Now you're in trouble again if you're Direwolves. Guardian Marshal is the purchase here. Wrath with the Sheriff, and also heavy armor, but a lot of aggression from Order over into halls again. It's Lou on the other side. Wrath is going to have some moments to maybe make a peek as well. Got the long range Sheriff for a couple of taps, but it's Lou that needs to try and get these kills. Wrath has opened up here, and Order is that star player that finally gets killed.
Very nicely done, but with all that control, you know, basically just having Order instill fear inside Direwolves straight down the tube. Now missed. He is up close and personal, but Spike, it's been planted in the middle of the site. It's going to be hard to get around. Ninim has to try and find something. Does tag up. Miss finds one. A little cheeky shot on towards the side. There's been some good damage, but now Disco's moving on in. Should be able to tap away on Ninim. Round is done. And Order walk away with their 6th. Yeah, minimal contest. You know, we see that one opportunity, but Autumn able to walk away with it. It's just really, really making it challenging for Direwolves.
Some greedy peaks coming through from Autumn. I'm not going to lie, this is usually a team that's very structured, but versus a 5 HP Ninim with only a Marshal, 2 players back-to-back have peaked and given the opportunity for maybe Ninim to pick up a kill to Disco. Look, there wouldn't have been time to get the defuse here, Mitch, but what I'm looking at is more so just the economy and the structure for Order. I think they're confident. I think they know they're the better team. I think they're saying, like, whatever, we can maybe drop a couple more deaths over here. Autumn's found his first death. He was the only player that was deathless up until this round, that last round that we saw. But when you got 9K in the bank for Autumn over there and other players, you know, that were above 5, 7.2 there for Disco as well. Probably not too sad about dying, but still giving away a little bit of money, giving away a little bit of, you know, ultimate charge as well. So I'm going to be a little bit of a stickler.
That's okay, mate. You're allowed to be. It's the OCE Classic. You know, you start to see a team that takes that early advantage, and they do start to get a bit scrappy on the occasion. But Lou, good opener. First chance that he's been able to actually do it. Viper's Pit does go down. It's going to make it a little bit more challenging to take towards that B site now. However, there's still a lot of ground that they've got to make up. Seekers go out, and the spike will be planted.
I also have a full retake here, which is nice. They have a play advantage as well, but they're gonna have to fight into ultimates. I mean, the Blades almost got to about the Viper's Pit, but how about Autumn? Numbers are dwindling now. Direwolves had the one player advantage. Now they're one player down.
Running out of blades there, unable to quite do it, missed. Left in a pretty lonely position, but he will be able to pick up another shock dart to go out. Quick, clean left side, but tries to get the trail. The guiding light out. It's going to punish him. And now it's all on the loop. Just trying to tap away from that distance. Good shot onto Disco, but there's just no time, Kev. He's got so much ground he needs to make up. Tux has basically just kept him there and takes him down as well, just for a little bit of extra salt in the wound. And Order walk away with 7, 2 alive. Money's good, everything's good. And it's all coming up, Order.
And just more confidence coming through from Order as well. I'm not going to say this is, you know, perfect structured gameplay because they had 2 alive. If Tux dies, I'm sure Maple would have been there for the eventual trade and the 1v1 and stop the defuse from coming on in. But, you know, if you want to make it really hard for Direwolves, 2 players could have stayed hidden there. Tux could have gone back and towards the Viper's Pit. The fact that Tux can just get over towards B tunnels, drop a Viper's Pit, Order are almost constantly and very quickly getting on these sites. No contest. Direwolves not really able to slow down any of these hits coming through from Order at all for the past 7 rounds.
That's what I mean, just fear. You know, you can clearly tell they were coming into this match knowing that the matchup was going to be challenging, but still not sort of showing that team confidence that kind of can afford themselves some extra space, some extra rounds, and right now they are yet to find anything. Great shot from Payne, another great shot from Payne. Living up to his namesake there, and it's going to be Lou to defend him as well. Very nicely done here. But Autumn still alive, so does Maple. Swings around, unable to quite hit the shot from Payne. Now in this 3 versus 2, can start to equalize as the rotation comes through from the CT area.
Lou's got the only gun here, and even then it's only a Marshall. Unfortunately, because Payne dies, they don't recover any rifles. That, by the way, Mitch, is the first time we've actually seen Direwolves get some decent trades on injury. Here's the 1v1. And Lou is not going to be able to find that shot. So, getting a lot more difficult now. And fun fact as well, Payne is finally on the scoreboard, broken the silence there with those 2 frags. He was on 0 before.
30 seconds left.
And now Direwolves, they've exited away from this site.
Rightio, the complete rotation.
I have the spike.
It's leaving it up. Maybe they're thinking there's been a cheeky lurk to run around, and the call is not correct. It is going to be that A site. Now Ninum knows. Has to create all that extra space to get back towards the site.
They think Order went to spawn and went to B. They think they rotated through spawn into B, and unfortunately, they're going to have to go for the retake now.
And definitely a tough one through those double doors. Ninum now closing the gap. Maple was able to take so much extra control by finding Lou there inside that position. Guiding light, about to go up, should gather some information, but no, it doesn't actually connect. So they might convince themselves that both members are in towards this cave. Coming back to the site, gets a lot of info. There's the sound cue. Dunsky, is that a 2v4, I believe?
Something along those lines, yeah. And that was Payne opening up with the first couple of frags, right? But you're not really expecting Direwolves to be able to make a comeback in that round or to be able to win that round even with the advantage, only because they didn't have the weaponry. They needed to be able to steal away a couple of rifles. Payne holds on, takes the gun away. It's in a position to frag. Maybe it could be different. Let's be real here, Mitch. 8-0 means this half has already been done. 4 rounds is all that Order, or rather Direwolves can get now. They haven't won a single gun round. In fact, they just haven't won a round, have they? So we need to see this gun round now be very successful. Viper spit straight away over towards B. That's also where Order is.
Oh, what a dirty shot as well. Boosted onto the Sage Wall and utilizing that early ultimate from Wrath as well. The Viper's Pit to close off the B site entrance. Happy to just leave Tux there lurking. Site control will be established, I do believe, over towards A in just a short second. They can wait, they can hold. Tex is trying to find the info to put down that neural theft. Try to gather it.
It's been frozen in ice, mate. Like Captain America. Have to wait 60 years to thaw him out as Order might not need it. As they have the option to maybe try and play through the Viper's Pit. There's actually 2 players there, which is kind of smart from Direwolves. Most teams, if they want to aggress into a Viper's Pit, they assume only the Viper is there and that they've rotated everyone else away. When Direwolves only have 4 members left, that would be the play on paper. Shots have been traded out. Both operators ringing true, but it's Ninum going down.
That was a centimeter off from that collateral. Could have really been big damage, but Autumn, ever trusty, all reliable. Now only with the sole member. Texter is going to try and isolate that as well, taking that control through the tube. And now this is where the rotation potentially could come through. So Autumn might have actually outdone themselves here in a sense of At least Tux has got that control. That should be the Viper's bit down now. But are they aware of Pain? He's already up close and personally. Could catch this potential rotate.
They need a res as well, ideally. And, I mean, there's Pain right there. He's got the kill. Still 9 seconds left to play through. It's possible to still plant. 3 versus 1, mind you. So Mist will be coming through now from Defender's spawn. But plant will be free as there's plenty of members of Order alive, ready to defend. And Mist has got such a tough job to do. His angles line has been watched by Autumn. The slow peek on through. The shoulder is going to be the tap. Rip it right off. And Order, 9-0.
A Pixel's all the man needs to take him down. Autumn continues his streak. He's been a little bit slower last couple of rounds, but that's just because the rest of the team has been doing plenty of work. So yeah, no real massive signs of life right now from the Direwolves as of yet. There hasn't been any sort of convincing moments throughout the part. You know, there's they double down from Pain, but then the second order slows down the round.
There's been a couple times, Mitch, where they had close rounds. You know, they took the numbers down. Let's talk about the fact that Autumn, I can't remember which round it was now, a little bit early on. It's all blended together. You know, when you got 9 rounds, it's domination. It's kind of all blended together, mate. But in the middle there somewhere, there was that Autumn clutch where he got that 4K, ended with that beautiful shot into Lou on top of A-Hall on ropes. That was the closest round for Direwolves so far, given to them by the fact that Lou had a fantastic flank. Now, since then, not much to write home about. Last round was a gun round. Operator in play. Tex will find contact on towards Mist, who has no idea he's there. And finally, Tex has found that corpse he's been looking for.
The spam no longer needs to come through. Disco collects another as well. Should be able to spot out Lou nice and easily. Caught off guard in the distance. And Tex is still creeping around to try and find that flank. Ninum looks like he's about to stay as well. Wrath does move his way, at least towards the tube. Now the footsteps have been heard, so Tex is going to get another one nice and easily. He will indeed. Now Wrath, all he can hope for is a frag, but, you know, flawless for round number 10 on the board for Order. Certainly making me a bit concerned for the rest of the entirety of the series.
10 rounds and 10 deaths per player on Direwolves. Look, they've gotten frags, and especially Lou, who, again, made that play. Wrath had a couple of taps on that Sheriff earlier. Pain as well in that one round over towards A, got a couple of taps. There was that previous round, I think it was 2 rounds ago, Mitch, where, you know, they had the guns. It was when the 2 operator players both kind of took each other out, or rather, they both took a shot and Ninum died. That round, I believe, if Pain maybe had a resurrection, they could have still had the numbers to play through. Be the final gun round now, as after this, we'll have to just really force in, and, I mean, Ninum gonna get nothing.
And they're trying so hard, but it just seems like Order are ready for it repetitively. And look at this, now the cabbages come out, information gathered, Mist, who got aggressive, is already stuck in the corner. Pain at least able to support. Might actually be able to get him out of dodge here. That's well played in the end. And not a bad trade after all that.
A good amount of util. I mean, they got 3 members stacked up over towards A. Good rotations as well. Cyber Cage into the slow field, into now the Trailblazer droning through. Cave's looking pretty clean. They can start thinking about rotations again. Possible mid-contact as well, yeah. Dexter on towards Loot. And Mist is wondering, where the hell have Direwolves gone? This is now where Wrath is in for a bit of a rude awakening. He has to assume a Direwolves, rather the Order, could be on the way.
And Tex is just going loud. Pain might be able to catch him here. Unless it's just, again, a cheeky little bait and switch. He's not over-aggressing. He has had so much information pulled over, and somehow still manages the frag. Nicely done. You're exactly right. Wrath with a big task ahead, but Tux is going to deny, and doesn't even need the Viper's Pit. Might look to get it down, but it's all on to just the last member. Missed. Cabbage is out. The Seekers will be able to at least find one, but no self-heals could come out. He's only got 20 points of HP to do it.
And 1 flash as well, up against 2 players. Hunter's Fury is there, so the insurance policies are all on top of right now. You know what that means, Mitch, I'm sure. As
I've left the office for the day, Kev. Don't do this to me.
I've sat you down in your home office for a bit of Valorant.
Yeah, pretty much.
As you know what? Order. It's another day in the office for them. 11-0 right now. About to clock out. It's looking like 5 p.m. just yet for Order. It's getting there. Getting a bit dark. 2 more rounds left to go.
They've clocked off at 3 o'clock. Giving the rest of the jobs to the juniors. Cheeky little 18 holes in the afternoon. That's where they're heading at this point in time.
Autumn's about to hit that 18 holes. He's 4 off.
Yeah, not
2
too
deaths
bad
so far as well, so excellent stuff. And mind you, Autumn didn't go down until I think it was the 4th round as well.
Yeah, correct. And just that 1 versus 3 to rub salt in the wound. Good opening pick here from Lou. covers the Vandal now. Maple. Might actually be able to pick up Wrath here off the back of it. They've gotten very aggressive. He does hold firm, holding true. Peeking from Ninham will meet his demise though again as Autumn makes his way closer. 15th hole now. Still a man advantage for the Direwolves, however.
Oh, Texas thought he was really sneaky there as well. They knew he was still hanging around. As the Cypher does like to lurk, and you see Wrath get away with that play, the 1 versus 2 as well. He's been tagged up. Maple falls. Texas respects it, doesn't push through the smoke. And then they hunt him down. This has got to be the best round so far for Direwolves. If there is one round for Direwolves to win, Mitch, it's got to be here. But we've seen Autumn clutch up before. You can't count Autumn out. And Direwolves' time is on this. You know what they should do as well? They should push that body of theirs and get that res. A 5v2, I think those are pretty even odds.
For sure. But as you mentioned, it's Disco and Autumn. Still remember when they first did join the Order roster a little while back. Lots of fear instilled into many a player. But now it's that build-up. Door will be opened by Lou. Doesn't quite peek through as of yet. Autumn is going to start to fixate his view towards the position. Needs to be careful, but there's Disco with 1. Already catching out Miss now. This is where the pressure does start to amount. They've got to rotate in. That's a great shot from Wrath, but can Disco get the job done? There's a second. Kev, he's really putting them to the test right now. The Empress goes out, but it's not enough. That's going to be the Seekers. The res comes out. This could be more. It could be everything, but it is denied. And Direwolves, they say not today. And they will be able to get the defuse. A round's on the board. It's not going to be the dream.
There we go. Celebrate, mate. Yeah, you can go for drinks now. Direwolves, well done. It doesn't matter. You know what? The rest of the map doesn't matter anymore. They got what they came for. They got the 1 round. Took them 6 members to do it. But they needed the res. Like I said, they needed the res in there if possible. And oh my god, Disco nearly turned it around. So I was sweating bullets, I'm sure. Direwolves are sweating even harder than that. My god, it still comes down to a 1v1, eventually a 1 versus 2. All right, Pistols come back again for the next half. Saved a little bit of face here for Direwolves. I'm sure they're already thinking about the next map, as our Order. We'll see if it's a little bit more business as usual for Order as they look to finish out the rest of the map.
Just that sweat that starts to pour out immediately after the first frag. But I think they can shift forward, try and forget about that now. They've got their round. So pretty even Stevens in regards to the purchase as well, but a very, very aggressive position over towards A. There's going to be an opening duel very quickly, I think, here, Kev.
And also you see Order with Tux potting down the Viper's pit over towards A. I think most Vipers do play, not the pit, rather the Toxin screen that I'm talking about here, is they mostly put it over towards B. And then with a quick shot of the Tux as well. That's the 5v4 that Direwolves desperately need.
And there's a damage done onto Autumn as well. Ninham being low, but the heal can come through. Autumn still manages to get away with one onto Misty up. And he's still so aggressive, 7 points of HP, but with that Sheriff, 1 bullet to the head. In the end, it is going to be the peak round with the classic. Wrath finds him. There's still opportunity here, but Disco gets 1 more, and so's Maple. Somehow bringing it back to this 2 versus 2 here. Lou will start to get the heal back out, but the Guiding Light gets the info. But now it's all on a Maple. 8 points of HP. Has to try and hold firm.
Recon in 5.
Clean. Not bad.
It's the Rhino advantage. That's what you would hope to happen for Lua. That's a bit of a dream start for Lua as well. Get some frags, heal up, overheal while you have a Ghost. Plenty of health to chunk through. And a 1 versus 2 and Maple is on 8 HP. Would have to hit a disgusting headshot. And now, still leading by 9 rounds. Direwolves, I mean, just recovering 2 rounds I think is great for the mental. Like, let's not discount the fact that if you were down 0-11 here, getting 1 round is already like, okay, phew, we can do this. Getting 2 is like, all right, maybe a little bit more. Order right now walking down with like 5 people, by the way. All stacked up.
Oh, when are they going to do it? When are they going to make it happen? There's the Guiding Light, and they're going to start to push. Will Lou paint clear up? Looks like he might get a couple, but he's going to get overwhelmed, and this is where it starts to get dicey. Lou, at least there with the Marshall, looking to get another no-scope. Disco makes it scary. They certainly lost a little bit too much there against 5 Classics, but they get the round.
Yeah, I mean, there was an opportunity there. Maybe, you know, if you can land all their headshots on the Spectre, you get a complete spray down to one of the most narrow parts of the entire map. But only ends up being 2 alive. Chill, though. They'll still be to buy up. Not really playing a bonus here, Mitch, as you see 3 members buy down to what, 350 or below, so you can get those Vandals in play. A couple of Spectres have been retained from the previous round. Obviously, it's going to be full rifles inside of Order. And that does mean that, I mean, if you're Direwolves, you kind of do have to play for every single round. I don't think you can afford to play a bonus, so this does make sense.
Yeah, for sure. They don't want to go to that overtime. Not going to risk it at all. Just keep on diving and driving. Info in. Off the back of the guiding light, Order will swing around. If Lou can pick up this one, that could be a very, very good result. Leah will be destroyed quickly. Now they go for that double swing, and Payne's actually going to be able to pick it up. Lou's supported. Texter still tapping away, trying to connect with something. And it looks like Disco's actually going to join the party as well. Another Leah. Disco does collect. It's going to make it tough. Wrath gets a good trade, and over the top, Tux finds another. So much contested inside this mid position. Disco gets another. Kev, everyone's falling apart, but at the exact same time, look at where Ninum is. All the way over towards B with no spike.
He's about to get spotted. Yep, there it is. Trailblaze on him. He's been stunned as well. Should be lights out in a moment. Speaking of which, the guiding light, right, vulnerable. And Direwolves in a 1v3 where Order don't have to do too much. Order can just kind of chill here. They know exactly where Ninum is. They can
Yep,
be
there's the
pretty
runaway.
lean on the util if they want to. Ninum's got to be the one walking on towards the spike. We're looking at 12 currently.
Left.
And there's the heal too. The regrowth comes out, gives them the space. Tux peeks for the info, starts to pull the attention. Ninum gets one, but no more. Massive round from Disco. Joining the party and gets a little bit of a boogie down there.
I'm a little surprised Direwolves wanted to match mid that hard. Okay, you look at Order, they've got heavy presence on mid. I think a lot of teams attacking would actually say, well, if they're putting heavy presence in mid, that means they have vulnerabilities over towards B, over towards A. Let's pressure the extremities a little bit more in terms of A main, B main, see what we can find, because either we're going to get an easy push over on one of the sites, or it's going to force attention to come on over. Order have to abandon mid, and we can take that mid control. The fact that they decide to play in towards mid ended up costing them a lot of lives as Order just stacking even harder and harder and harder. And it's a choke that Direwolves have to try and push through. And now we talked about them not wanting to allow Order to get to 12. 12 is exactly where we are.
I've got
Yep,
your
taking B by himself. Boys, where's my team? Oh, they're all dead mid. Little rough. But yeah, last ditch effort. This is the chance. They want to get moving. And it's going to be the Empress pop for Lou as well. The decay will take him down rather low, but does afford a bit of a heal up. And Payne looking to get aggressive. Does get over towards the other side.
No way!
Look at how quickly they fall. Spikes down. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a whole lot Ninum can do. He manages to pick up one, but it's going to be Maple to get the trade. And okay, it's not a 13-0. It's still not the result that they were looking for. They picked Breeze. They tried to go for a gamble, but Order were just so ready for everything that Direwolves threw at them.
I mean, the last few kills there, they were like shots through smoke even. Through the cages, just spraying through on the pyramids. Pretty sure that this is going to be the path that Direwolves will take. Take a bunch of vulnerability damage and, you know, toxic damage walking on in. And they get cleaned up pretty quickly. It's good effort in the middle. I mean, they got those 3 rounds, right, Mitch? It's a decent effort. But overall, you see the 11-0, you know it's over. In fact, you see the kind, I think you see like a 6-0, a 7-0 even. And that stage, you know it's going to be pretty one-sided.
Yeah, nah, for sure. So it did go the way that we were kind of expecting. You know, it was one of those two things. Direwolves have the question, are they going to look red hot? Are they going to take some rounds? Or are they going to fall begging to Order? We see exactly the latter right now. And as a part of that, we're going to take a break and we'll be back not too far away with Icebox. So guys, get a drink, check out the B stream, and we'll be back very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Three beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain. They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a sticky play. No, oh my god!
The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the upside of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! Oh my word!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the VALORANT Oceania Tour, but this time it's the Oceanic Championships. And what we have just witnessed is a bit of decimation on the side of Order, taking down the Wolves. And unfortunately, they are howling their way into the next map, which is going to be Icebox. That's the pick from Order. So yeah, Kev, thoughts and sort of speculations around what we potentially, could be seeing into the next one off the back of that last map.
Yeah, this is like the boy who cried wolf, except it just like the boy wins. So just very quickly, the Wolves have been dispatched straight away, very easily. The whole neighborhood's coming with pitchforks and whatevers, and it was, like you said, decimation, as there was nobody on Order who went below a positive KD. Obviously, you had Autumn sitting at a +12 there as well. 200 ADR, just disgusting stuff coming on through. To be honest with you, it's not all lights out. You know, it's not all completely bad for Direwolves. Lou started to show up towards the end there, was the closest person to reaching at least a 1.0 KD with you. He ended at what, 12 and 14 on that Reyna. Had a decent pistol as well, found some shots across the board. So even when they were losing, was still finding some value. Not the best showing for Ninham, who's, I would say, probably the other star player on the team, and maybe like the star player on the team, especially on that Jet. Kind of got outmatched by Autumn. And yeah, okay, there's going to be a lot of rounds where he's not going to have the same equipment, but there were plenty of rounds where he also had a sniper, where he also had the operator, where he had those 1v1s versus Autumn. It seemed like Autumn, for the most part, had his number.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think the main thing is, when you're looking at Order, I think around your commentary and the fact that all players kind of showing up, no one going below that positive, that's quite a regular occurrence for them. It's business as usual. We'll occasionally get these pop-up games, typically you see it from Autumn or Disco. But at the end of the day, everyone can kind of pick up the pieces that are left. It's not really a big pressure moment where on the side of Direwolves, maybe a little bit more heavy reliance on Ninham and Lou. And as you mentioned, not seeing Ninham show up, a little bit disappointing, I guess. He's been the golden child. He's been the one that everyone's been super excited to watch again. So I do hope we see them fire up a little bit more. And Icebox, there's an opportunity. It's a Jet playground. So I'm keen to see how they do fare accordingly.
It is going to be the map pick of Order, though. And that's the troublesome part here, where, okay, we've gone through Breeze. That was the pick of Direwolves. They wanted to come through. I'm only speculating, but it's a map that neither team has really played much of. They've only had a combined total of 4 games on it, officially 2 each, right? Bind was banned away from Direwolves, understandable, because that's been one of the top maps for Order, but you can't ban away all their good maps, which means something's going to get through, and that something is Icebox. And this is where things might get scary, man. We saw, Tux is obviously going to be the Viper Mastermind. That's going to be even more important on this map. So everything we saw in Breeze has a high likelihood of maybe repeating itself again on Icebox.
For sure, but the thing I always like to watch from Order, Disco, on this Killjoy, it's not been, I guess it's not exactly new, but it's been something that they've brought out a little bit more regularly as opposed to that Raze, and it just seems to be super solid. Every single map I've seen him absolutely show up, so the time is now. Ultimately at the end of the day, Direwolves pretty much looking like they're going to be falling down to that lower bracket, but hey, crazier things have happened. I'm excited to still be here, and I am hoping for a very good showing. So again, guys, welcome from wherever you're watching around the world. This is the Oceanic Champions. We have been absolutely digging to get ourselves here, and I guess cheeky shout out as well to our partners in LG, and of course Roccat recently coming on, and of course Vodafone for putting up that MVP as well. Big shouts to the team over in New Zealand getting us through with this production, and of course Crashman at the helm on the obs. But yeah, another opportunity, another time. Direwolves, they need to get moving, and they need to get rolling early in this map of Icebox.
With Lou back over on towards the Reyna as well, it's been the signature pick of Lou. Reyna pretty good on this map overall. I see a lot of NA teams still move over the Reyna. Obviously the Reyna region, but so far, okay, Order starting an attacking side again. A lot of confident aggression coming through. Now, when we watch Breeze, same little sorts of areas, Direwolves kind of fell flat here. They couldn't win the 1v1s, couldn't get the damage in. It's going to be revealed Wrath straight away. Lucky to get away with his life for now.
He's so low, and he will ultimately be taken down as well by Texter. Great move in, so much utility early on. And Payne, he's already been taken down very, very low. Autumn actually manages to find another onto Mist as well. Lots of wild shots, but, not many connecting for the Direwolves at all. Minimal damage dealt onto the Order side, and that Spike being down. It's going to be a tough retake, and they look so scared to do it.
Payne's on critical HP here as well. Direwolves need Lou to pop off because he's got that one layer. Has the opportunity for a heal up. They reveal everybody. They know that Order are there, but can they actually walk in? That's the troublesome part here. At least one kill will go over the way of Ninham.
And now he's all on his lonesome and will be taken down. So it's another clean pistol round here picked up by Order. 4 alive. I believe it was a like for the opening round that we did see on the pistol on Breeze as well.
Yeah, so almost identical.
an investment into the Sheriffs, but that's about it for the time being. And maybe a bit of an over-investment. You know, Pei and Lu, it's going to be a tough round when they do go in for that full buy.
I think if you're playing the Reyna, you want to take a little bit more of a risk. Usually it's like a Ghost plus a Lair here. It's just going to be another Sheriff. And you're not quite forcing. For the second round here, it's going to be somewhat equivalent to like a half. I mean, it's an upgraded pistol round, isn't it? So looking for some long range damage. They had some success on that on Breeze with Pain and Wrath finding a couple of frags. Order once again, full confidence, rolling through B, 5 stack. Toxin screen down from both sides.
Already falling away to a position where they can get that spike planted. Sage wall down. And with this toxic screen, it's going to force them away. Information gathered off the back of the recon bolt once more. But they're pretty happy to just ease off. Disco holding the flank, sitting back yellow. And the chaos will shortly ensue.
Direwolves needed to have done more damage than this. Unfortunately, they couldn't really stop the plant at all. No snake bite. And then we'll get a kill, so that's something. They need to ideally pick up a couple of these Spectres on the ground. It's just looking like cleanup, mate. Direwolves have been completely been folded. Put away, shelves, order. Still just dropping that 1 member per round. So it's not a flawless, but I mean, it might as well be. It's only Ninim picking up frags.
So they have been able to afford at least the Vandals. Looks like Mist will be able to do the exact same. And assuming Order's going to be relatively happy to just maintain this bonus. Look at the cash. What's Texas going to be looking for here? Just the Sheriff. So everyone around that sort of 2k mark, a little bit even more so, above 3. So they're happy. They're sitting pretty. If they win this round, that's going to be the pacing. So the exact same really set up from Breeze.
That's another situation where Direwolves just really can't slow down these pushes. So Nidim's going to take advanced positioning. And that's what we've been waiting for. Nidim's doubled up. He's gone from 2 kills to 4. That's 4 kills total for Direwolves, and just a little bit of forward pressure will suddenly turn the tables, and maybe a little bit more as well. Number 3 on the board now for Nidim.
Floating across like a ballerina. That was incredible. Just the cheeky little wrap around the recon bolt. Getting the double up on the heads. Gotta be super sharp to hit those. Blues found 1. So it's all in a maple. Very, very successful counter to the bonus round at this point in time. Order have been allowed nothing. And if they remain flawless here, Nidim with 4, what a god tier round to get us started. And Order, sure it's going to be a reinvestment, but at least Direwolves did that.
There have been myths, legends told of Nidim maps, whether he gets these plus 30s, these plus 40s, these plus 50. No, that's taken a bit far, but you get the point here.
Yep.
Where he goes full Sicko mode, and we're starting to see a little bit of that. Direwolves tanking the game into their own hands. Too many rounds, not just here, but mostly on Breeze that we saw, where they kind of roll over and die. They sit there on the site, Order come in, Order frag up, and Direwolves lose the round. That's it. Here, for the first time, one of the few times, Direwolves get a bit more aggressive, take some forward momentum themselves, take away a little bit of space, and they get massively rewarded.
Poor Mist, all on his lonesome here. Wall goes down. An immediate spike plan. Order, once again, just super dominant with their objectives. Able to find that recon bolt goes up, will be destroyed, but it's going to be a tough retake coming in now as they start to wrap around.
Nidim revealing himself quite early there, and that's going to be most Order actually coming back. They don't want any more of that. They felt the pain of Nidim. He's like, all right, well, Nidim got them around. We'll take them down first. Remove the biggest problem.
So going into the re-entrance, unfortunately, 1 leg of Exoda here has gone down. Wrath starting to swing around, might be able to spot out Texter up the top, does get the dink across Pain. Gonna live up to 1 more, getting the frags, swinging around Lu. Be able to pick up 1 more, but it's been just a little bit too clean. Order much better on their crossfire setup, and really unscathed in that position. You know, losing 2, not exactly a problem when you're able to force back in such a strong way. So another buy for Direwolves. It's gonna be weakened slightly, but Order again, not scathed, not really thrown by the big performance from Nidim in the 3rd round.
It's another round where Order just kind of go into site for free. They get a free plant there, no real resistance. And most of the times, that's been egregious when Direwolves have actually had a presence on the site. This time, it's a little bit more unlucky. Like you said at the start of the round, it was just missed. Rest of Direwolves were flanking around. And wow, okay, well, Nidim, he got aggressive once over towards A. Got something from it. We'll get another frag now.
Needs to run away from that heal. Where's Pain? He's coming. It's going to be missed, actually, rather. But does get it. So that puts Nidim into another position. At least he can re-enter in some way. But there's the res. So straight back to the 5 versus 5. Rats up close. Is going to be the turret from Disco up the top. Does gather some information early. Will force Ninum away. But I guess there's been a rotation as well. So they're happy to leave Disco lurking. And it's only going to be Lou locking down that A site. He might be in for a rude awakening in a minute.
So kind of thing you need to see from Direwolves, just to have the capability to go for an opening play, have Ninum find a frag, back out with his life. Okay, yeah, okay, it gets res. But you use the res, so that's something. You've taken away the resource, you've taken away some util. This is a round where we're probably not really expecting much from Direwolves. They don't have weapons this round, but taking away a res for a future round where they would is very important. With Disco taking down Wrath now, you can see very quickly Order are rotating the spike back over towards B. They leave 2 on A just to keep Direwolves interested, but the plant will end on B.
That's the lockdown used. Luke will be able to find one. Information gathered. Autumn will be able to do the damage, but only one tap away from death. And it's going to be the rotate around. Ninum goes for something risky. It's just consistency being the key for Order once more. Lou at least able to find another. But look at this wraparound very, very quickly. Disco and Texter looking to take control. Even if it's going to be the save for Lou, they're making sure that it's not going to quite happen. So just constantly pushing, constantly trying to find something here. Missed. Might be in for a cheeky surprise. Tuck's tucked away. Just waiting.
I'm surprised by this. Direwolves should go for this. They don't actually need a save. I mean, they're saving anyway with Mist being taken down. Now there's 0 chance. There was probably no chance anyway with the fact that Direwolves were opting for the save. I mean, Mitch, Lou has an ult here. He could absolutely pop off. They've dropped 2 guns over towards A. It's a 2 versus 3 with an Empress. In a round where, again, you've saved anyway, you will be bound up in the next round. And the end of this round is such that they all go down. So they don't even get to save the guns they were trying to. I think Direwolves should have made the play.
Fear factor, again, right? Not having the confidence to back themselves to get in there. Good couple of frags from Lou. Opening pick from Ninum. Why not? Back yourself. Dive in. Sure, you're versing Order. Sure, it's the best team in the region. But, you know, you still need to drive yourself further. It's do or die here.
You can't beat Order if you don't try and match them. If you play with fear, if you let them walk onto site, if you're not willing to challenge them, it's over. And that's what most of Breeze was. That's pretty much what all of Breeze was. We got a little bit of signs of life there. Got that 3 rounds on Breeze. Got that 1 round here. And that 1 round they got here, I think, has been their most impressive so far, more than any of the 3 that we've found previously. Autumn spots ahead. It's a rare miss. Usually Autumn would hit that.
A very good response from Maple as well. Taking down one of the Impact members. Payne is going to be ready. Straight on the crosshair placement to the head of Texter. So an important win for them there. Back to the 4-on-4. Our drone does go over, but he's cancelled it early. Had the info. Knows that Tuck's swinging around, and Payne's played this round very well so far. Bringing it back to the advantage, but the pace is going to pick up towards A. Now Wrath, what's he going to be able to connect with? Just on the other side of the toxic screen, surely hearing. Knows he's up nice and close, and he's got to get aggressive. Well timed, well found. And Wrath, the big brain, lands them on top. 2nd round for Direwolves.
I lie. I said the 3rd round was the best from Direwolves. No, it's this one. This was the best round from Direwolves. By far.
Happy with that.
No contest. Absolutely. Because they were able to Payne, especially over towards mid, take down 2 of the lurkers coming through from Order that were just, you know, walking dry. You have this play behind the toxin screen over onto A as well. Wrath just waiting for a timing. Here's Maple pull out the utility. Jumps behind him. Drop down 2 more members, and that's it. And that's exactly the kind of round that Direwolves need to pick up more of. And out of 2 and 4, I mean, this is a incredible turnaround compared to where we were 6 rounds in on Breeze.
They seem to have that confidence back a little bit more, and it's not too late just yet. Autumn getting up nice and aggressive, looking to utilize those blades. Hasn't spotted anything as of yet. Still just kind of toying with the idea, clearing out his angles. Doing his due diligence, and he's going to be allowing that spike to get planted as well. Once again, 5-on-5 retake, full force, and Lou does get an opening.
Viper's pit though, and the spike has been planted. Look, Direwolves can still clean up here, and they definitely look like they will. Outside of maybe Disco causing some problems. There still is an ultimate available. Maple has that Hunter's Fury, and Direwolves are starting to drop members now.
And 2 for Disco, really picking it back up, but that's a great response from Mist. Reapproaching. Disco still playing that distance, still trying to hold on as long as he can. Narrowly missing Ninum. Now the information is gathered. Maple's back there though to support him. Only a Bulldog, but it might actually be enough. Very, very low here. Just has to shoulder. They both have to get onto this one. Ninum gets aggressive, but he does miss the shot. And I think Maple's actually found the time. He's got the Hunter's Fury, and that is absolutely phenomenal in a play. Just waits patiently. Even shoots his other one over to the other side, and there's no time. Very well done from Maple, and he lives on. Ninum goes down.
Yep. That's going to be the operator down as well. Expensive loss there for Direwolves, where they start well. But the biggest problem still to date, outside of, you know, the round that we had a couple rounds ago, back, what was it, number 6 over here, where they were able to completely stop up the Order game plan. I think Order have pretty much been able to plant every single round. Can't quite remember on that round 3, don't think they did there, but aside from that, Order have been unimpeded. I mean, it's another situation where they go on towards A, they get almost a free plant that Direwolves failed to be able to slow down. It's a 5v5 retake, which is, okay, it's good numbers for Direwolves, but it's probably a better situation for Order.
So very aggressive under that pipe. Making their way around now. Missed. Does spot it. Drops the spike. Very, very good opening here. And Wrath also waiting just on the other side of that toxic screen again, utilizing his space. Has been afforded. Information gathered, but look at this flank from Disco. Already gets his way around. Despite the wall going down, it has been destroyed now. But they're a very, very disjointed retake. Tux gets another Ninum. He will go down. Lou does get the Leer through, and Tux has managed to at least sneak his way out of that. It's very important for Mate Pain to try and collect something on this retake. But once again, you know, Direwolves getting locked out super early. Pain walks in, and he does get one. So we're back to a 2-on-2.
I have to go for this. They got ultimates to play through as well. Disco might want to lock down. If he does, Hunter's Fury will be there to counter it. Or have to be very careful. Disco goes down now. Things are looking great. As Direwolves 2 versus 1 here. Maple's got to do it all. His position's been found. He's only got a Bulldog as well. Defuse is coming on in, and maybe you can stop it. But does he know that it's been stuck through? It actually hasn't been stuck through, and Lou could have actually had the defuse, but he stops defusing. Maple swings around, and with only a Bulldog has been able to clutch that 1 versus 2.
Do you know what that is, Kev? That's back-to-back 1 versus 2s for Maple. So well played, and he's done it all with the Sova kit. Being able to play around his information, pulling him in with the Recon Bolt, the Hunter's Fury as well to boot the previous rounds. Beautiful stuff from Maple, and just toying with the minds of Direwolves.
I was looking like a very well-earned Direwolves 3rd round here in the half, but slips away through their fingers. And they've had a lot of rounds where it's been heavily one-sided for Order. They've had more competitive rounds, 2 that they've won. And then these ones here where it's close, but it's not quite good enough for Ninum. With no headshot, no time to dash away, is quickly dispatched off. Direwolves have ultimates here, but they don't have the guns.
Tuck's ready for Wrath now. Able to sniff that one out a mile away. He's been doing it a couple of times, waiting on the other side of the toxic screen, and will be punished for it. So a little bit of a weaker Direwolves now, obviously, only with the Sheriffs. 3 members trying to make their way back in here, but realistically only looking for damage. Not a whole lot that they can find, and Order taking a lick of damage just yet. Tux flanking around, and I didn't be able to spot out Lou here. Last member in Pain. Cruising towards CT. Tux spots him out, but Order using the tailwind, the updraft to get in. And Order walk away with 7, so they've officially won out the half. But there's plenty more rounds to go.
I mean, Order are just rolling through this like a training session in Kovacs right now. There's just not a lot of defense happening. You have Ninum walking up, and that's it. That's legitimately, it's unsupported, by the way. It's not like there's a flash coming through from Lou. There's no recon support coming through from Pain. There's nothing in terms of teamwork to give Ninum more success on that walk down. And beyond that, Ninum dies, then what? The other 4 members of Direwolves, I don't want to say they're AFK, but they're kind of just chilling there. That's why I'm saying it's just, you know, it's just we're just doing an AIM Labs tutorial currently for Order where you're shooting players and not shooting back.
Warm up for the next couple of matches, right? Trying to force their way in. They knew, confident, obviously, and they've got to be confident to take the whole thing. And that's a very, very good couple of openings there. Ninum able to walk away with 1 more. Autumn. Let's try to pick up the pace, try to get around Wrath, shoulders him out. And now the advantage very heavily in the way. The Empress popped, might be a bit over the top, but as long as they get the round, they get it secured because Disco's found 1 more. Information gathered. But there's the res. Put themselves in a really good position. Lou finds Disco. And that's the round done. Very nicely found by Direwolves. A flawless.
Which means, statistically speaking, is their best round. It's not their best round in terms of the strategy and how they sort of broke down the puzzle, right? But in terms of pure stats of no one dying there, recovering a bit of economy, this is one of the few times you look at the Order money side and it's like, hang on, and Texas on 0. Doesn't seem quite right. And Direwolves are actually the ones in advantage as far as money goes because they've been saving. They've had plenty of loss bonuses there as well. They haven't been able to string through rounds together. You can see the rounds they've actually won have been like 1 every 3. This one's after, 4 rounds here even. So they need to get a couple more rounds together to at least not instantly bounce back into a reset loss bonus and to also recover the half. Try and get that 5 and 7.
Loving the boost up from Ninham, especially the fact that he actually hasn't peeked over either. Obviously not spottable by Tux. Now he does see him.
They need
Punished
Fury.
straight down.
Yep.
They're so good. So good at finding this space. Lockdown destroyed. At least they do get rewarded with something. Lou able to spot out Disco at the same time. So it's back to the 4 and 4, and that's going to be Order getting the hell out of that A site.
Much better from Direwolves. Good responses there as well. You see the lockdown coming on through, which would have caused a lot of problems for Wrath inside the Viper's Pit. You must make sure the Viper's Pit is successful, but they're not at all ready for this rotation. You have Direwolves still heavily stacking over towards A. Only now is Pain going to start moving. It's too late though. Viper's Pit from Tux being dropped down. Mist would have to stop the plant, and Mist, I think he's got to go in. He's got to risk his life here.
And he gets away with it. That's going to be the Viper's Pit down, Kev. So a pretty good result from Mist. Now Pain looking to throw out that owl drone. Barrier wall will be destroyed. So this is where the pace will start to be picked up. Order. A lot of defending that they're going to need to do here. Maple starting to fire off a couple of warning shots, but still no real aggression in yet. Autumn can defend with one, but he will be traded out by Lou. Maple does the exact same thing in another. I feel like I'm repeating this guy's name because of how much work he's putting in. But it will be text to the close. Order 8 rounds. Punishing back the Wolves. They might have had an opportunity to re-entry there. Missed it a lot, but it wasn't enough.
And Direwolves stopped the aggression over towards A. Kept the Viper's Pit alive, but couldn't quite get over towards B in time in terms of rotations. Pain was quite late. Lou even later than that. Miss at least dropped the Viper's Pit coming through from Tux, but post-plant very successful for Order. Fun fact, by the way, and this will be for anyone who wants to, as a little bit of a Easter egg to roll back on that round, but the Viper's Pit on A dropped by Wrath was actually kind of in the shape of Australia, minus Tasmania, obviously. And as they walked away, Australia faded, so that'll be fun for you to go back to one day.
We'll get there, mate. We'll all push through. Keep on forming. Autumn. Good opening. This is the confidence again. The quick control. Happy to roll on through mid. Good response from Pain, but the res can immediately come out. Mist actually getting a couple here. Mist on this flank. Okay. Round completely turning on its head, but guess who's alive, Kev? It's Maple. And he's going to be able to find this spike plant. Got it done. 2 on 1. Can he find another one of these? This time it'll be a 1 on 4. Gets the info on the Wrath. Swats out ahead. This guy is impeccable. Jumping up. Might have actually had the info. Mist is going to get on to the rope. But he baits it around. How long does he wait here? Will Maple turn around quick enough, or will Mist be able to spot it? He's walked on through, Kev. He's actually checking the other side. He will drop down onto the floor, and now he has the info. It's gathered. Recon bolt. This is where he starts to bait in with this over, and Maple. I am in shock and awe, and with no words, as Order walk away with the 9th.
Switching sides.
Another 1 versus 2. And it's one
This time
through
with 2 on top.
a lot of shared conference to play through as well, and that's something that's been lacking for Direwolves, and it's in full force for Order. You're seeing Maple 0 fair, sticking through on the plant. The complete opposite of that was, ironically, the last time that we did see Maple win a 1v2, and that was when Lou had the opportunity to stick through for the full defuse and kind of got scared out of it, and Maple, with that Bulldog, finishes both kills. So a situation where Maple knows, hey, I'll stick this through. They're not here. They're not going to come. And that first frag right over the panel where he just sees a couple of pixels of a head. Oh, so clean.
He has been the difference, and that's the irony, right? You trade out your Sova player, or obviously signed at the time, and normally it's like, okay, let's look for another supportive player, but then you pick up Maple, this absolute monster, to fill in the role. And he's been, I think, he'll be such an important part of Order's continued success as we're seeing right now. But there's the openings from Direwolves, getting 2, bring themselves into the advantage. Doesn't look like they are being too thrown right now.
Tux.
Just imagine how much closer this scoreline would have been.
Well, the plant hasn't come on through, which is giving Tux a lot of time to play through. Heal is there. Tux has to watch for the alarm bot, but there is a 2-pronged attack here from Order in terms of how they can go for this post plant with Order. Already getting a kill towards Lou. It's looking pretty decent. And again, Tux from the back. Maple for a cleanup kill as well. And they all stay alive. It's critical HP, but it's going to be Order taking away yet another pistol. And you know what, Mitch, as well? Something I was talking about in the pre-match here, when you have some teams that have multiple jet mains on there. I don't want to lob Order in, but I was kind of thinking of them as well, because if you really break it down. You got Autumn, who's obviously going to be playing Jet. Before this, it was actually Tux on the Jet, and Maple was a Jet player on like Demon Time before he joined this team as well. So it's like 3 Jet players here.
And I think Disco could probably give a pretty good one as well. You know, that duelist flex. We've seen him pull out the Phoenix, the Rays. There's always that the big boy on the Rays too. I think a lot of players mentioning how he's sort of one of those shining members, but yeah, I think Maple's getting that attention too. So awesome to see that, you know, even on a more supportive role, you can still put up the numbers, right? You don't have to be playing a duelist.
And look, I've been critical of Maple in the past, you know, because on the Jet back on Demon Time, he had that Jet syndrome, that OC Jet syndrome, where you just want to go for the Twitter clips. You want to get that next frag. It's not disciplined. Here on the sub, I've been pretty impressed on V2s with this kind of consistency. Can only be won through a lot of discipline, a lot of smarts, knowledge, outplays. Disco now in tube. It's been watched by Mist.
Sent packing. Will we get the frag? Nicely done. Can't quite connect on the second. Tux will be able to at least respond there. Lou, still hungry, still trying to find something. Rotation in through. There's confidence from Ninham. Will be very caught off, though, so has to cruise away. Can probably... No, Mister's got the heal a little while away, so has to wait a bit more, but at least that advantage is still there. So despite the pistols, despite the gentle force in, they're still putting in some good numbers and a little pepper from the frenzy there.
You can see how reserved Idols are. They haven't made good moves over towards the site yet, and only now when it's like, oh, it's 4v2. Yeah, maybe now we should probably start heading over towards the site. They hadn't even placed down their toxin screen. So Tux will be up for a huge 1 versus 4 as you have Autumn on the way over. They've at least got the Spectres. I think there might have been a couple of gun upgrades on the side of Direwolves as well. They haven't planted yet. There's like barely any time. Honestly, Autumn can win this right now if they can just prevent the plant, but Ninham and Wrath, all right, they'll finally get the shots in there. Crisis averted, but man, Direwolves, for what was a 4 versus 2 situation, I'll even go back to the 4 versus 3 that they had, played it very reserved. When in the exact same spot for Order, I think they would have had the confidence just to go on through.
Nicely done. Exactly the round that they're kind of looking for, you know, with those sheriffs. And then with 3, so dragging himself back up towards the top of the scoreboard. You know, had such an explosive opening and did quieten down or cool off a little.
Poison orb emitting.
So now Order are the ones struggling for money as I was picking up that round 2. Really, really huge. Shoulder spotted. No headshot though from Autumn, and that'll be the dash expanded as well. And then we'll get a bit of a warning shot fired his way. The respect B for now. And still reserved on the toxin screen. A lot of Vipers I see do place the toxin screen early just to kind of mess with the other team in terms of knowledge. The problem is if you place it late, it's more than likely you are going that way. I mean, you can fake it, but you can do the same thing by placing it early. So see what they do want to do with that, as currently Order are stacking heavily over towards A.
A little bit of info spotted there, and that's going to be the rotate immediately from Maple. Autumn's ready, and that's a Vandal down, Kev. And now this is where, I guess, the moments we see Autumn shine on the regular. Does manage to get the wall down, though, Lou. Transfers the shot across, but can't quite find that secondary head. I'm just going to wait for the toxic screen to go down as they settle for the post plan.
Oh, got to be careful there. Wrath actually barely manages to find Autumn, who was looking for the ponytail and missed. So 3 versus 3 here. Direwolves should be in a good position. They got the guns, they got the post plant. Order have limited utility here. Very low HP for Maple, so hey, maybe if it comes down to a 1 versus 2, he'll be on critical, just 1 shot away.
Tap onto that defusal now. Still just trying to toy with it, but it is getting a little bit too hard now. Pain finding another, just slowly chipping away. No real opportunity. They got to get moving. It's got to be now, and it will be missed to find the final. Dire will start to close this gap a little bit more, but will we be seeing another buy-in from Order here? That's surely no, of course. Just another eco to face down, so at least Direwolves have given themselves that space.
Order forced in the last rounds. They had the Sheriff, the Spectre, and the Marshal balled down to 0. This will be the proper eco now. They'll have to respect the economy. Okay, Order will pick up a Marshal. Okay, I see the gun discount that came on through the 3.0. I understand. It's like maybe you can find the 1 shot. To be fair, Autumn was pretty sharp in that last round with the Marshal. If there's an opportunity on an eco have some sort of hero play and bring it back around on one person can be pretty worth. Order now will be stacking 3 over towards mid and walking down. Lou's got the eyes on it though.
There's that opening tag, but Ninham, he's already over the top. Now this is where he thrives, does do some further damage. He's lost a couple of blades in the process,
man.
and oh my word. Ninham getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. I do believe the jumping classic right click is dubbed the Ninham Peak, so there we go. Well done, Maple. Destroying the turret now. But yeah, look, one classic, a free weapon, has sent the entire Direwolves roster packing.
That's going to be up to Tux. Tuxu himself doesn't have a lot to play with on this round, but we'll try and slow things down with utility. Oh, that's good damage. How are these classics working? And the Viper Spit been played into this as well. Tux, okay, the Viper Spit has been quickly deleted as soon as it's been put down. Disco as well will get another kill. To be fair with you, mate, it's 2 versus 2 when Order had 4 classics and only 1 Marshall, and Direwolves, they dropped 3 members here, and they, I think, walked through with actual full rifles.
Let's have a little look-see. Yep, there it is. Money's up. Will it be the operator? No. Happy to sit with just the Vandal again for the time being. So yeah, definitely dicey. Certainly not what the doctor ordered for Direwolves, but at least they've still got plenty of cash in the bank account supporting them. So it's definitely getting interesting though, Kev. Like I'm not kind of upset by this match. You know, Direwolves can potentially even walk away with their heads held high, even if they do continue to go down. This is a good result so far.
Let's see if they
get
can
a couple more.
String through. Yeah, exactly. Let's see if they can string through a couple more, especially, you know, when they're only got a gap of 4 currently and they got a gap of 2 in the 5v3. With player numbers as the concern here, well, all right, the Order will finally have a successful walk down. They've done a few walk downs that didn't quite get them any purchase. We saw that 3-man walk down on mid the previous round where Lou was watching. Not the plate. And here, some aggression shown on towards A, and instantly they're going to get a couple of frags. We've just been waiting for Order to get a gun round. It's been strange that they haven't really had one because they had that pistol, lost that round 2, 3, and then 4 in a row to have those 3 rounds taken away. So Direwolves in a tricky place now. They still at least have the toxin screen availability put down 4 a hit if they want.
And Autumn says goodbye to pain. Very quickly.
I have the spike.
So screen up again. Spike recovered. So now will be a slow walk through towards mid. Maple just trying to keep them at bay. Just a whole bunch of warning shots. So yeah, Direwolves can't really hope for a whole lot.
Would you say you got rid of pain with a painkiller? There's a couple ways you can read into that.
Autumn is exactly that right now. Yeah. Call him Nurofen.
So Lambot has spotted them out and turret as well, I believe. At this point, Order know exactly what's up. Should be a clean. Now Direwolves will make an attempt over towards B, and that's going to be an attempt in lowercase as well. It's a good old college try, but a flawless for Order as soon as we're back into weapons. And now 11 on the board, 2 away from wrapping this up and moving through in our double elimination bracket. And Direwolves, 6 rounds has been good, but the gap is extending.
So Ninham, the operator purchase, but money's good for Order, so probably can't really be saying the same for the Direwolves. I mean, they're going to invest the last round anyway if they are unsuccessful here, but I would like to see some further presence. You know, that round was probably a little bit too slow.
Venom is opping this round as well, but we'll have to work past this toxin screen. Slow has been Direwolves their entire sort of gameplay so far. Obviously, you know, there's benefit to being slow. You don't want to just be rushing through all the time. But slow has also been costing them a lot of opportunities as well. Obviously, in their minds, they probably don't realize it, but when they go back through the VOD and they see the mini-map and they see that actually there was a lot of opening there, especially when they have the advantage, that'll be something to review as if it is going to be the lower bracket. They need to find that pathway right. So again, Ninham, what can he see here? It's already 2.5 members over towards B, not so far away as Maple and Tunnel as well.
Good shot. The text up, still pretty confident on that position. We'll get the heal up. But you know, it's another thing sort of where Order, they don't go in by themselves. You know, they go in as a unit, usually setting themselves up for trades. Tux swinging around to find Lou. It's actually going to get another. Wrath good for the trade, but it is now the 3 versus 3. And you know what I've just heard? A cheeky little Autumn ultimate as well. The Bladestorm is now accessible. Is Ninham going to be able to pot shot him out of the sky? The answer is no. So it's going to be this 3-on-3 retake, and a very tough one at that.
Wrath is in trouble. That's going to be Viper's been taken away. Autumn and Maple now are completely destroying this Direwolf post plant. Ninham can only do so much. Yeah, he'll take down Disco, but there's no collateral there. And even if there was a collateral, there's too many members of Order alive as they look for a couple of guns to say, Autumn, would you like an operator, mate? Here's a good one.
Beautifully done. Not really a whole much else to say.
I got 2 words for you. Match point.
That's the one. Driving themselves forward into the next rung, the upper bracket. Pushing forward, where unfortunately we will have to say good day to Direwolves for a little bit, as they do drop down. We are yet to find out who will be joining them. That'll be determined by the next matchup, of course. That one should be a pretty exciting one as well, Legacy versus Peace.
Got res on both ends here. Autumn going to be doing the walk-up, similar to what Ninham was doing earlier. There's the shot. And a clean fade away. Dexter has the follow-up. What is going on? Direwolves, this is the last round. This could be it now. Only 2 alive.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, narrowly missing the no-scope, but I think that will be all she wrote. Looks like Tex is going to be able to walk away with 3 for free. And yeah, I guess no real surprises, Kev. I do want to congratulate, obviously, Direwolves for moments of real brilliance, right? We saw some really, really solid rounds coming out from them. But the Maple diff being the fact that that was 3 1vX clutches, you know, in the sense he got the 1v2 twice, back-to-back, no less. Yep. And then, of course, that 1v4, he was able to just continue to, you know, where that opportunity was potentially sought out by Direwolves, maybe an opportunity to reset that economy again and drive through with a couple more. But it just was denied time and time again.
I think if you look at the second half of Icebox there in a vacuum, it would seem like a much closer game. So if there's a way where I'm sure Direwolves would like to as well, just kind of forget about everything that happened on Breeze, forget about the first half of Icebox for the most part, focus on what went right on the second half of Icebox, and you consider it to be more like, yeah, it's a 3-4 kind of finish. We got the second, third, and fourth round, 3 in a row there, really pushed Order, forced them to eco as well. That started to look pretty decent for Direwolves, and they also had that really brilliant round 6 on that first half. So they're good moments. Not really many good moments on Breeze. They are going to have to revisit the drawing board a little bit there, because that was their map pick, and they'll have to now think about whether it is a worthwhile map pick for them. Maybe it was just a bad call versus Order. Maybe versus another team it could be very good, but certainly today, that 1-11 start, yeah, you're wishing for much better than that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I do hope to see that further drive forward. You know, Direwolves, that team together has the capacity, but, you know, we'll talk about them a little later, because we got Tux. We got him on the line. He's an absolute champion. And Tyler, mate, easy done. You knew it was going to be sort of that opening match to try to kind of make a statement, and you absolutely have.
Yeah, g'day blokes. G'day Avril, how are you, mate?
Good to see you, dude.
It was, yeah, a good win. I was kind of expected, I guess. Disappointed not to get the 13-0 on Breeze, but it is what it is. Can't really say anything more other than that. We're happy with that performance. Everyone played really well individually. Autumn had a really good game on Breeze, and so did Disco actually, and then Maple had a really big game on Icebox just then, clutched up a lot of rounds for us, which was really nice.
I was gonna touch on that, and the fact that, you know, Maple back-to-back 1 versus 2s, and also that 1 versus 4, like they just weren't able to sort of deny anything off the back of that. So I guess, you know, leading into the next couple of games, are you guys gonna change up anything in your preparations, or just keep going as you have been?
I mean, we might change a few small things, but no, there's no real reason for us to change anything.
I don't think there's like a whole lot to go on for that particular couple of maps. Obviously, you dominated Breeze. Icebox is one of your best maps. Yeah, Direwolves had a few rounds taken away from you guys in that second half, but moving to big picture stuff here, Tux, looking over the course of VOT this year, obviously you guys are a heavy favorite to make the NA Last Chance Qualifiers. Where do you see you guys in comparison to some of those NA teams right now? Because in that Last Chance Qualifiers, and, you know, this is not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but if you want to project mentally into the future, if you were there right now, you're playing against teams like Version 1 FaZe, Cloud9, etc. Like, what's going through your mind when that's level of competition overseas?
Yeah, I would still back us to win that tournament. I'm really confident going into the Last Chance Qualifier in America. I think we've watched a lot of American teams and a lot of American games, and I mean, I think really Sentinels are only the real great team there. I think you can see it with the instability in the region. A lot of teams, it's kind of like ours in a way. A lot of teams can beat everyone else. There's never a clear second, third, fourth best team. And there's always a clear best team. And that clear best team won't be in that last chance qualifier. And I guess you could say, like, we could go off what Sonics have done when they've gone over there, which hasn't been that great. I mean, they've built their brands and streamed and done really well, but competitively as a team, they really haven't done as well as they thought they would have. And what Australians would hope they would have done. But I think our team, we're really confident right now. We have a lot of experience and a lot of skill, and we have really great leadership. So I would say we're really confident going over there, and I think we could win that.
And looking like smooth sailing for the rest of VOT, maybe any potential threats out there, or is this going to be a cleanup for you guys?
I don't know. I mean, I'd hope it's a cleanup, but we had a close best of 5 series against Peace last time we played them in the Stage 3 finals. Ronsky had a few pop-off games to them. And you never know with wildcard and stuff like that. They have Infrequent who can potentially pop off on the Jet now. I think he's playing, so we'll see. But when we're looking at the teams, we think that we should be able to smooth sail at least into the grand final. Although we do have Peace tomorrow, so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It should be. Hopefully, it's smooth sailing.
Easy as, my friend. Well, look, we won't hold you for too much longer. Again, congratulations. Always awesome to chat to you, and hoping for the same for him as well to keep on driving forward. Yeah. But that's the first game. That's the first series, Kev. I think pretty much wrapped it up. I love to hear the confidence as well. How's that driving in, being like, yeah, we could probably do pretty well in NA?
I love to hear that, because I look at the NA teams and I'm quite familiar with them. I know how good they are. Cloud9 especially are looking damn dangerous. There's only one spot from that LCQ that can get you into Champions as well. So if there's this is some Doctor Strange 1 in 14 million kind of stuff happening right now, where if there's that one shot for order, they get through here, they drive through NA and get through number 1 there. I mean, that would be brilliant as someone from OCE as well. That would be beautiful for me.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's such a moment, where you really want to back them all and just make sure that it gets there, because it really ends up being that full statement for our whole region. And people all of a sudden go, hang on, that region might actually be worth a watch. So that's exactly what we're sort of hoping for. But hey, at the end of the day, we do see them come out very, very clean on top. They're going to be moving in. I love that as well, that he's already mentioned, oh yeah, we're versing Peace tomorrow. It's like, don't even know the result yet. But
he's actually already just predicted what's going to happen next game. I'm like, hang on, that game hasn't been played yet, but... Well, Tux has said his Peace. We didn't ask him for a pred, but he's pretty sure to be Peace coming through. We'll see.
Yep. He's been doing his pick'ems, already knows what's sort of happening for the rest of the competition. But on that note, guys, we'll actually try and work out sort of what the go is going to be. I do believe we're going to try and get this match underway for the next, starting up as quickly as we possibly can. But until then, we'll go to a little bit of a break. There's, of course, that B stream that's going to be rolling on as well from the boys Digital and Smash. So make sure you do go check them out. Once again, massive shout out to our partners in LG, Vodafone and Roccat. You guys are all legends. We'll be taking that break. So we'll see you back as soon as we can with, of course, Legacy versus Peace. Take care, guys.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up.
3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here and potentially trying to come up with a sneaky play.
No, oh my god! The Viper's pin does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, and this time, of course, for the Oceanic Champions. We are into the final dig, the final leg of the competition, and we've already seen our opening game. Did go the way of order, I guess relatively expectedly. It was a 13-3, I believe, and then a 13-6, obviously on Icebox. So Breeze did go pretty quickly by the wayside. Guys, to reintroduce, I'm Conky. This is Avril, the king himself. Mate, Kev, what are you thinking going into this next matchup?
First one was it was a lot quicker than, actually, no, it was about as quick as you'd think, really. This one should be a lot closer. It's Seed 4 versus Seed 5. Look, we talked to Tux. He made it pretty apparent that he believes that Peace is going to go through. He's like, yeah, we got Peace tomorrow. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that's he's made his claim on that. Legacy would like to change his mind, though, I'm sure, as Legacy, the Young Gun squad coming on through. Both teams have a lot of promise, I think, but Peace has had some decent results in the past. They actually had a final versus Order, and that's been their kind of peak so far, which is a good kind of peak because they got it over wildcard.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it was a victory and then almost an overtime, an overtime where they almost won. Like it was only Order just getting across the line in those opening two maps. So they've really, made them work for it, which I think is awesome to see. So, Legacy are the ones that are going to be making a statement, talking to obviously the guys about it and how they're sort of trying to find their way now that they're taking it a bit more seriously. They've got the prestigious org behind them of Legacy as well. So I think that's fantastic. So, I guess this is probably the opportunity to reintroduce those guys and see, what we'll be discovering in the server again from the boys themselves. This time it's Peace, Clutchy, Tensai, Sicko, Nation, and Ronsky. The guys, they are the ones that have got that definite wow and upset potential factor.
I think the player look at here first and foremost is Clutchy, who's been on Gravitas. He was on the original Ground Zero as well. Seems like a while ago now. This is like kind of old school stuff back when Ground Zero, one of the top teams, and alongside the Exos of the world and the Order that was still remaining at the time, which is realistically the same Order as we have now. Peace have been coming through pretty big recently to at minimum, if not take over wildcard, trying to match wildcard to get that second seed, to be that second team that could go to the North American Last Chance Qualifiers, and getting to the stage 3 finals, I think has been Peace showing their capabilities. And yeah, you're right. They had that win on Icebox versus Order. We actually just saw an Icebox from Direwolves versus Order, so we know it's not an easy thing to do. 30 rounds there, right? A close game on Breeze. Things fell apart on Ascent and Bind, but Peace want to come into this tournament now in the actual championship to maybe turn that ship around and at least be the second team going to the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Sure, they've certainly got the mechanics to do it. It's just a little bit more time in the oven, so we'll hopefully see more of that, obviously, as the competition does progress. But I actually sat down with a couple of the members, Clutchy and Ronsky, to have a bit of a chat about what their thoughts are going into this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the boys from Team Peace. Very much looking forward to it. We got Clutchy and Ronsky. You guys are probably the newest team that have actually qualified for this event. Being the new kids on the block, I suppose you could say. How's it been, being pretty much thrown into the deep end in this level of competition?
I don't feel like we've just thrown in. I feel like we've been around, just not as a team yet, obviously. So I feel like we belong here. As long as we can put in that extra work, we'll probably be a lot better.
Yeah, what about you, Ronsky?
Same goes. I think we all individually are capable of being here quite easily. Tactically, we probably aren't up there, but as a team, we work quite well together, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. We are good at hitting sites together. We have good chemistry in a way, I guess.
So what does the next 6 months for your guys' team kind of look like at this point in time?
I think we're just trying to get the basics down, make sure we're fixing all the basic level mistakes, so that when we move forward, it's a lot easier, especially picking up a couple new players and changing up the rosters quite a bit. So I think we're still a bit shaky right now. Obviously, like Ronksy said, tactical, most other teams will be better than us, but I think our chemistry surpasses most of the teams.
Who do you see as the big threat, but outside of Order?
My old team, Bliss, they're really good at making strats and stuff. What I've seen, the Haven could be like probably one of the best in the region, probably better than ours. We just somehow edged it out last time we played, I think. I don't know, they just seem to be really hard for me to play against, and the team probably said that as well. Like on Ascent went to double overtime, I think. They were the hardest team in my opinion in the last stage for sure, besides Order of course.
There we go. Words from the guys themselves. Obviously, we've got Ronsky, who is very much hyped as that, really, really nuts jet player. And of course, Clutchy, who has been, in and out a little bit of some different teams. So very much looking forward to seeing, how they fare. And of course, I think they talk up quite a big moment in the sense that they're saying like, yeah, sure, it's a relatively new team, but like we belong here, Kev.
Yeah, and they're saying as well, they want to put in a lot more work. They don't think they're as tactically sound as some of the other teams that are in this tournament. Namely, I think Order are the kind of shining standard, right? So if they want to get through this tournament, they will be playing Order tomorrow. So that's something where we'll see what kind of work they put through. They've already got that at least map win that finals appearance versus Order. They can put the work in to get past Legacy, get that rematch, have a good showing there. I mean, they've got a pretty good shot at making it deep into this tournament as well.
Absolutely. And, why don't we have a little look in at to their opponents, which is Legacy, of course, the team that does need to step up, really show their way through. The thing I love about this team is their longevity. They've been around basically since the day dot, around sort of the early days of Valorant, still in its kind of new area, in the sense that they had, I think they were like a LF2 or something, that they posted out to try and jump into one of these events a little while ago. They said, I think it was close qualifier number 1 or something, and they've stuck together ever since. And now with Legacy obviously backing them, I think that's quite a big statement, and I look forward to seeing what preparations they've made. They might have a little bit of an idea of what that is going to look like as well upcoming. Yeah, this is their debut game under the Legacy brand as well. So recently picked up, formally straight out of the zoo. They've been here since stage 1 of VOT. And a team that has made, I believe, 0 changes to their roster. When I talked to Yifang a little bit earlier as well, he did say that they are probably one of the most, if not the most stable team in all of OCE. They've been playing together since the start, very comfortable with each other and very familiar. And this is actually a team that I got to sit down with all of them. They were good enough to sort of hang around and have a little bit of a chat after the game, and I was able to pick their brains. How's the development of the team gone over the last 12 months?
Yeah, look, I feel like ever since we started taking it more seriously, we've gone worse. And I'm not even joking, because our results and consistency have just dropped.
But still putting in the work.
Yeah, I don't know, I couldn't really say why. Is it because we're changing our style since we're trying to play more seriously, or what it is? But, hopefully we can fix our... Yeah, we need to fix our current state of things for the... we played well in the qualifiers, and then you head into, the stage finals, and we just dropped the biggest choke known to mankind. One tournament, we're we're just absolutely railing everyone, and the next time we come back and we're jokes. It's just a prank, bro.
So, the Go Next movement, where's that all started, and how's it all come along?
Well, actually, going next in itself is a movement, and it's called go. Well, that's the point, right? It's movement. It's going next. Going next in itself is a movement. So it all started obviously from the ranked queues, which absolutely made me lose my mind, and then I guess it got to a point where I lost my mind so much that I just ascended into the next level. I just went next, bro, into the next universe or something, and then God spoke to me and they told me go next. And then I was like, yes, I will begin. I will start going next now.
Do you guys have any different approach for this one, or are you just going to go hard?
I mean, going hard is
what we do.
Needless to say, we're always going to go hard. Did a little swap here and there, so be prepared to see some roll swaps.
Okay, all right. Love to see
AKA otherwise known as Duddy Go Kill, and see if it works. Well, if that doesn't really work, then we'll just fall apart.
Well, let's just say I hope that Yifang isn't going to be saying go next in this one, and he'll be taking that full focus to drive in towards their matchup with Peace.
And yeah, this is a team that I find it quite funny as well. They say that they started to become a bit more structured and they got worse as a team. It's almost like they're a very instinctual team. Pilly would probably call them more of a pug team, if anything else. But sometimes that does work, that kind of instinctual style is kind of the DNA, I think, of a lot of teams in Oceania. And maybe over time, they can learn a bit more structure, they can have a bit more discipline and find the way through. But for now, it's about having their own style and trying to make as far as of run that they can. I think they're underestimated this tournament. I think, we looked at the fact that Tux was already on board with Peace. I think Peace have done better recently, but Legacy are a team that, if they can hit their stride for this week specifically, who knows?
They've been a dark horse, and I think, if we do get to see that Duddy go kill, maybe there's an opportunity. So let's dive into our head-to-head. This one is, again, relatively somewhat expected, stock standard. We're going to be taking a look at Ronski up against Nicehack, so of course the Jet players. Yeah, look, I guess it's one of those things where we do see these players who do take a lot of that extra control. They get very aggressive and shorten up the space for their team. So I am hoping to see both of them fire up. Ronski does seem to be a bit more consistent, but Nicehack, he's had some awesome moments as to what I've seen over the last level of competition.
Whenever I've talked to anyone and I kind of talk about Legacy as this team coming on through, I'm like, okay, what do you think about this team and who's kind of good on it? The first player that gets brought up 100% of the time is pretty much Nicehack's. Pretty similar thing over the side of the piece as well. Ronski's like kind of the guy on this team. It's the Jet gameplay again. It's the Jet v Jet that we've got on screen. It's the Jet region. It's Oceania. Jet dominates here, and Jet players specifically dominate here as well. So if there's a way to have this kind of instinctual gameplay, I don't want to go ahead and just straight up call it a pug style, but if we want to go that far, yeah, this is how you're going to find success, right? The Jet's going to carry you through.
For sure. And I think the good thing about Ronski is watching him play, right, is he is confident up against everyone. There are a lot of the players out there that the second they come and, go up against the wild card, the order, they kind of go a little bit cold or freak out or something along those lines. But for Ronski, that's not the case. He thinks he's up there. He thinks he's in that position. And I think then, ultimately he ends up justifying that. So, we'll obviously be able to find out what exactly kind of agent lineups we're going to be seeing. We know the Jets will come out, but that'll be determined on the Vitas. So why don't we dive into those right now and check out what is coming up. And this time, okay, so it's a cheeky little breeze ban. So we're not going to be seeing that like we did see in a dominant fashion, of course, from Order, and Bind's also being banned away. So in the exact same merit, we're not going to be seeing Bind just yet. It's going to be Icebox, Haven, and Ascent.
And so far, the teams aren't really targeting each other so much, just banning away things they don't really want to play. Legacy, Breeze has been one of their bottom maps coming through. Peace, Bind is right in the same sort of area where they do not want to be playing Bind at all. On the contrary side to that, Icebox has been one of the key maps for Peace so far, and that was also the map that they beat Order on. So I think no surprises that we go straight to Icebox. They should feel the most confident here. If Peace are going to win this series, it does begin on Icebox. I very heavily do believe that this should be their map. Moving on forward, Haven ends up being the pick from Legacy. A bit of a middling map from them. Ascent's the one behind. I actually thought they would have picked Ascent first, but it's still going to be there for them. And Legacy as a team as well, they have some extra strats. We've seen them pull through things like a KO for Ascent. So maybe if we get to a map 3, that can be something they'll rely on.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the interesting part is where, we obviously heard Ronski talking about his thoughts on Haven, his former team Bliss. They're really, really dominant, but Peace have actually been able to best them on Haven. And he did mention he sort of thought they were kind of one of the best teams on that map in the region. So Legacy picking up this map against them, I feel is quite a statement. It means that they're very confident in their looser style play. Obviously with Haven being so spread apart, it can be a really challenging map to lock down on that defensive side. So yeah, very big statement, I think. And if we do end up with Ascent, that's also quite a broad one. As you mentioned, I think the KO will come out. But I do think from what I'm hearing, guys, is there is some player issues. I think it's issues with the PC. So we're just going to take a quick break. No point jumping in a little bit ahead of the gun. So we'll ease out for a second. And as soon as we got those issues sorted, guys, we'll jump straight back in. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have returned, and thank you all for your patience, of course. I do believe I've been given some good news in the sense that we are going to be jumping into the server very, very shortly. All the players are in the server. So welcome back to the stream, of course. I'm Conky. This is Avril, and we do have a cheeky little Legacy versus Peace game just around the corner.
I mean, thank goodness. It's a little bit of a minor delay, but everyone's in the server. We'll be underway soon. Best of 3 here, where you know, I'm sure both teams have a lot to prove. Legacy, first game under the Legacy banner after coming back, coming through from straight out of the zoo. Peace coming in here, trying to get back into a grand finals versus Order. If they get to that grand finals, they're off, shipped over to NA for the LCQ as well. So map number 1 is going to be Icebox. This is Peace's pick. Small correction as well. Something I said a little bit earlier. I mentioned that when we get to Ascent, there might be a KO. That's kind of come through from the Peace side of things, not the Legacy side of things. But that's only if we get to Ascent, which is going to be map number 3. Map number 1 here for Icebox. A very good look for Peace previously, and I think a favored map for them.
I was going to say, Ronsky just toyed with us with the Reyna for a second there, but will be the Jet indeed. And a relatively sort of stock standard across the board. So we've got the Reyna on the side of Legacy. They're going to be looking to force this forward with the double duelist. Regardless, I'm looking forward to this map, right? This is the one that had the big question mark next to it. 4 versus 5 on the seeding. All the excitement to start to explode on Icebox. I always think back, Kev, Icebox used to annoy the hell out of me. I think I didn't like playing it or something about it. It was all this verticality and everything along the lines. But you know what? Recently, I love it. It's so exciting. It always brings through these high-intensity games. The Viper thrown into the mix always gives it a little bit of extra spice. But regardless, this is series number 2 of the evening. Of course, first of all, Order versus Direwolves, but now we're going to be diving into this one. And yeah, this one should be the really, really exciting one of the evening.
I'm going to be real. I thought you were going to end that sentence with, oh, yeah, you know, Icebox used to be my most hated map, but then recently, you know what, Fractured came out, so no, it's not my most hated map anymore. I thought that's what the direction you were going in, but, you know, I'll accept the answer you put out there anyway, as this won't be the tournament where anyone has to deal with that just yet. That'll be saved for sometime in the future. Legacy up here first for the defense piece on the attacking side of things, stacking over towards B. Reyna back into play here. Obviously, we're going to take a look at the double duelist setups. Just a single here for Peace as they have the Sage online as well as Sova, Viper, and Killjoy.
Very quick out long for the Orb to try and get that extra control. It looks like it will be established, and Ronsky is going to be put on his leash and dragged back as well, not overextending. Didn't quite hit the shots for the Sheriff, but they're already happy with that control that's been picked up, because look at the rotate that pulled off Legacy, Kev. Already onto this side, already looking to get the spike planted. It's a little while away, and it looks like Nice Hacks is actually going to be the one to deny for a second.
And that's really strong as well, because most of Legacy was still hanging out over towards B or mid. Now they've arrived in time. Peace haven't plunged yet. Peace now has to fight through all these defenders. Nice Hacks goes down. There's counterpart over on Ronsky. Time has still got about a minute left, but the plant will finally come on through and dry as well. No util spent.
Look at the swing from Ronsky as well, trying to get this extra control, and he will be spotted out, but not punished. Duddy does get the trade. Very nicely done. Yifang to pick up another, and look at this. Clutchy swinging straight in there, doing all the damage necessary, and Sicko is going to be able to equalize with one more as well. Duddy talking about how he's going to be the new man on the block on the duelist, and it's going to be Clutchy to close it. So Peace, they go to B, they come back to A. Bit of a swing, and ultimately they get the round.
Really slow plant, though. I mean, you can see how patient they ended up having to be, respecting the fact that Snakebite did come on through, missed the mark. Snakebite usually would go into default plant. I do believe that's what Nation was expecting. Ends up being a miss, has to replant anyway, so Nation couldn't quite save Ronsky in his little duel into the back of the site. Still, though, they'll have the firepower to clean things up. Legacy, complete, full save, nothing purchased here. Should be a pretty decent cleanup for Peace on the anti-eco.
Walking straight through mid, looking for the immediate engagement. But Tensai is in a good position, poised with his turret. Should be able to get that early information. Ronsky looking to swing around, and that might be an afforded frag. Very nicely done. The no-scope doesn't quite connect, but in the end, he's able to get out of there. The old classic tailwind to fall his way away. Under. Picks up one more, but Tensai's happy to get a couple. And it's all left on to Duddy. Lone soldier here, just with the cheeky little classic. Trying to tap away, but he's pretty isolated here. It's going to be tough. And of course, with that spike down, just all over Red Rover. Tensai to collect the bag. 3 frags. And I'm still, this is the first time that I've experienced it, right? Me, Kev, big CS background, the butterfly knife. It's probably what made me bad at the game. And now it's in Valorant, and it's just, it's freaking me out.
And now everyone can just fiddle with it the same way they did with it in CS, just constantly flipping it in and out. Watch your fingers there. You want to keep those safe. A bit of OCE Jet action that we saw in the previous round where, yeah, okay, Ronsky, he got the opening frag and did a rings ball, but he actually dashed really late. Like, he was like, you know, I gotta wait for this no scope first before I dash. He's really playing with his life, going for the repicks as well in the no scope. But okay, we'll have the Marshal recovered. The hero rifle that they bought into the last round. I say hero rifle, they had the money and they were going to win the round anyway. Still retained for Clutchy as they're not in a bad spot going to this. Sicko also purchased up a Vandal. Straight to Punda now, who needs to hold the ground.
Oh, great shot. talking about that upgrade in Sicko, ripping the head off of Punda, and that should give them a little bit of extra space to get the spike planted. Barrier wall going down. Duddy wants to get pretty keen, but I think he's actually given up the goat a little bit there, Kev. He's taken himself down with the spray, and that will allow Peace a very nice setup on the retake.
Here.
Full 5 up. I mean, they even have the extra player in 10 cycle lurking around the side. Ronsky straight headshot onto Mike. Should be a cleanup here now. Legacy, they got the guns this round, but they've just not gotten any single kills. Haven't forced out a res. Might think about walking away with the guns. Nice Hack is either checking for potential flanks or he just wants to save, and Yifang potentially doing the same thing. Has no idea there's someone in the kitchen. We'll get that free piece, but it's going to end up falling as well. And so will Nice Hacks. Well and truly cleaned up by PCE, and a third round that is pretty brutal for Legacy's economy.
That's the Ronsky effect as well. You get the updraft up straight onto the boiler and puts you to bed with a Marshal. So it will just be the Sheriffs into the next round, it does appear. But look at those upgrades, you know, by taking down those members, just Vandals straight into the hand. The money's so good. And Peace have just set the pace for themselves very nicely on this attacking side.
5 alive in the post plant. Players wrapping around the side, winning long-range duels versus Legacy. Really upsetting way, I think, for the defensive side to end that. Now a bit of regression being shown over towards A, and that's where the stack of Peace is going to be as well. So could be a bit of a firing line here. Peace, do they respect it? Do they bow out? Seems like they don't want to play into the pistol, but Sicko's kind of sticking around for too long.
Yeah, that ain't good. And look at the damage already dealt onto Ronsky as well. The heal actually went over to, I believe it was a self-heal for Tensai. Say, unfortunately, nothing else. Oh, no, not Tensai, rather. It's going to be Sicko. But it looks like that control is going into Kitchen now, trying to reposition themselves accordingly. Clutchy, not going to be in for a rude awakening anytime soon. Able to get that spike planted. But Legacy, maybe they're going to get a little bit confident off the back of their man advantage.
Oh, there it is. Nice Hack dashing in. He's got the upgraded rifle as well. With Tensai down, that's another player that can pick up a gun. Legacy are turning this around really quickly in Peace. They cannot get these resurrections in play. Bodies are being covered by Legacy. Look at the line of defensive members coming in now for this retake. A heal's at least going to go on to Ronsky, but they just still don't have the numbers.
Yeah, Ronsky gets confident. He at least does deny the spike, but he's going to be taken down. And now we see another frag come out from Punda. It's all in a nation, 1 versus 3, and a very nice fadeaway as well. Has to try and stick on it, has to get half. It's running out of time. Will he get off? He shoulders it. Nice axe. Nation with the clutch. It is against a slightly lesser equipped Legacy, but still a very nice round nonetheless from Peace there.
I think by the time we got to the end of the round, Legacy were well equipped. Nice Axe in particular got that first gun into his hands, converted onto a second kill over towards Kitchen, but they just didn't have the HP. Nice Axe was on like 1 HP there. Punda as well, critical. Doesn't take much for Peace to be able to get that clutch through. It's a good effort from Legacy, all things considered. Now they'll finally be able to buy up, so nothing to lose there. They can be aggressive, make plays happen. Again, I look towards Sicko, who over on towards A, probably overstayed his welcome, stayed for a little bit too long, gave the initial gun over, and that gun was used to pretty big effect. Now Legacy have their own weapons. Operators at both ends. It'll be Nice Hacks versus Roxy.
It's only the leg shot, unfortunately. Oh my. How's the denial there? Jet diff in this situation. And the heal to come out for Nation from, oh, there we go, onto Nice Hacks rather. Looking over towards Nation, towards this B-long position. But there's the res. Well used by Clutchy. At least puts them back to an equalized position, 5-on-5. But Nice Hacks still watching over towards the belt. Just going to be happy to chill. Still just very much nascent. Holding that position over towards long. Definitely keeping the interest. But
it's pushing.
It does seem like, yeah, they're peeking up towards this position towards A.
Nation looks like he's peeking over there as well. It's a 1v1 and Duddy's going to win it. As the off angle that Nation had no idea. Peace is locked in over towards A. It'll be Legacy locked out in a hard moment if they don't push this. And it seems like they'll just respect it. They obviously don't have the Hunter's Fury just yet. Peace will be able to get a free plant now. 4v5 for the post plant. With an operator in hand, should be pretty good.
He's getting confident. Look at Ronsky already holding that line, and he gets his revenge. He's had the resurrection, and Clutchy's going to take another one for him as well. There we go. Ronsky firing up. Couple of nice shots here. Legacy now in a 2 versus 4, and they're already in. But do they continue to go for it? Duddy's been punished as well, and Ronsky with 3. There we go. This is a very dominant start from Peace right now. Legacy have just had no real answers. They've gotten close. They've had a couple of opportunities, but now the money situation is absolutely dumpstered again, and that's going to be the timeout to come in for them, and a well-earned one, a very smartly timed one, Kev.
Nice Hacks wins the original duel versus Ronsky, but it's that resurrection that comes into play via Clutchy that puts him back into action over on towards Belt, pushing up over into the back of the side as well into Rafters, and a beautiful, I think, 3 kills is what he got at towards the end. So yeah, he might have died early to Nice Hacks, but he'll be the one cleaning things up. And Legacy on a massive back foot now. They just lost a critical gun round. 3rd round was pretty brutal as far as gun rounds go, but number 5 here, equally so. They fully purchased up. Nice Hacks in particular went down to 0. They should have that Blaze Storm good to go for that next round. Missing out on that Hunter's Fury definitely kind of pushed them out of contention of being able to stop that plant from coming on through. Even then, they actually had a bit of a timing where I don't think Peace were very active on the play. You see that Tensai was planting while the actual lockdown had already faded. So they had to really play off the fact that Ronxy had the angle covered on the back side. Otherwise, things could have gone quite poorly. And Yifeng, I believe, was only 1 ult point away from getting that Hunter's Fury. So a very minor kind of small margin there that could have been the difference between Legacy winning that round and losing that round.
Getting the job done. So in this position, just the Sheriffs, slight upgrade. Do have the shield, the half shield to go along with it. So damage potential. And it looks like they're just going to get straight down mid like a knife here down the center of the map. Already looking to potentially line up, but I think they're going to be stopped by, of course, Tensai's turret. It has actually gone... No, it's still alive for the time being.
You look at the toxin screen as well. I mean, look at what's got put down by Punda. They were trying to lock down Peace over towards spawn. Peace has just gone over on A, and that's just going to be unfortunate timing for Legacy now. They've completely opened up the site, and now look who's attacking. It's Legacy on this retake. They have to try and enter.
And it's a very slow one as well. Just looking for damage, seeing who's aggressive, seeing who's up close. And it's going to be Clutchy. Getting a lot of control. Nation also to drop down Nice Hack. So there's the blades gone. Punda also spotted out. Yifeng good for 1. But then he is going to be denied. So it's all on Yifeng. Last man standing. Walk away around. But Nation's going to be ready. Nice little 3k on the Viper and Peace. They've already won half of the first half. 6 rounds in the bag. And looking, yeah, again, pretty unscathed so far. A few moments. But now... once more, it's going to be the operator again for Ronski. Held firm, keeping it going forward. No operator this time for Nice Hacks.
Looks like Tux put his money down in the right place here. Peaks are dominating currently. 2 of the previous gun rounds very much going the way of Peace. Double operators even? No, that's got to be a lie, surely. I don't think Clutcher would go that far. Maybe an Odin just to do a bit of spray down. But even the Odin seems
look at this.
A little bit weird. I think I prefer the Odin on the defense there. Okay, you'll clear out the, you know, the little tunnel there in mid, but I'm not too sure too many people will be wanting to walk down it currently for the Legacy side of things as the Viper's pit has been played over towards A. Options now for Peace and where they want to go.
Hunter's Fury gathered a lot of information and he will be able to actually tag up 2, but it's 3 in the end. Only tags. No full bits of damage, unfortunately. Ronski now looking to spot over towards the top, so it is a very heavy lean towards the B side, just leaving Tensai to lurk A. Of course, with that Viper spit going down from Legacy as well, it's a big investment.
Here.
But they've got to try and lock down this position here. Yifeng taps away. Oh, he's going to be spotted immediately. And Ronski is going to be able to dash around to yellow.
Yeah, you're going to reveal your body, potting out that recon arrow, and very quickly, Ronski will put you down. Haven't committed over towards B, though, so respect being shown. I mean, they can just play their toxin screen. I'm sure they still have an ice wall available. They got rid of the server on the other end. Maybe they're hoping that they've pulled Punda back over, which means A could be clear. Viper's pit would be gone. They've completely gone dark here to try and fool Legacy, but honestly, I think they're showing too much respect. They could have just planted by now.
Yeah, for sure.
And Legacy haven't moved off. Legacy are still playing B. Why? Because they have the Viper's pit A, and they know it's definitely not A.
He's waited so patiently, Duddy. Like, you know, given the test of time, the hold, and he's rewarded for it. Nice Hacks also in the exact same position. So I think they might have actually thrown themselves a little bit, Kev, exactly as you said. Ronski's still sitting in the same position, and after all that, he's just going to have to save.
Unfortunately, Peaks end up being kind of losing the round through their own merit here, well, through their own mistakes. Again, just showing far too much respect to Legacy. The best time to make a play and go for that plant would be they kill Yifeng, great, get that sober down, put your toxin screen up, get the ice wall going through him, Clutchy as well, get the plant, while Legacy have not got full members rotated over. So we're looking at 2 things here. If you're assuming there's a lot of members over towards B because they Viper's pitted A, well, I mean, then they're already going to be there. Otherwise, what else do you have to really lose? You've already got rid of the sober. Anyway, Peaks will at least start out with another frag into Yifeng. Let's run it back. It's round 2 now. It's another opportunity for them to make the same thing happen, maybe.
And Ronski so aggressive up on top. He's going to get a coupler. That's 3 now. Fully picked up. These are the rounds where he thrives. And you know he's keen to try and take that further control as well. Straight up in towards the kitchen. And will they even rotate? Doesn't look like it. How quickly that round was over just from one Jetty boy.
Some oh shit action.
Too, Kev.
And it's not
Look at
over.
him go.
I know. Yeah, this one's going on Twitter later, I'm sure, if it gets the full 5K. He does have an operator to play. I legitimately, if he wants to make this play, I would have preferred if he swapped guns with another teammate. And so if he's got to drop something, it'll just be a rifle that can be easily replaced. So I don't mind the hunt because you don't want Legacy to save either. They clearly are saving here. It's a 1v1. He's looked the wrong way. How has he managed to swing left quickly enough to still get the frag?
Here.
So
He sees the rifle.
There he is. Get him. Hi, Twitter. Hi, Reddit. Hi, something. Good day, Ronski. What a rounds.
Hello, Ronski's Twitter.
Ronski does Ronski things.
Pretty worth and doesn't drop the rifle, which is quite nice. Well, doesn't drop the operator, rather, which is quite nice. Would have liked to have seen a couple of members back him up to go for that hunt. Again, this is just small structured stuff, small bits of discipline. Make sure you hold on to the expensive guns while taking away the potential saves that Legacy were going to go for. So Legacy, outside of getting that one round, still in quite a bit of trouble here. 7 means that Peace have confirmed domination on that first half as Legacy look to stack mid again.
Good opening from Tensai. Clutchy all the same. They're still tapping away in towards mid. Duddy trying to pepper them up as they run through the tube now towards that area. Walls up as well. That's really going to start to force them away. Sicko already has that additional control as well. Tensai to get the nanoswarm in as well to further isolate. Info gathered though. Good tap up. That's going to force Clutchy out.
Legacy down to 3 now, so mid play unsuccessful. Then Duddy falling as well. Out-rotated. Peaks will get a free plant on towards A. Very similar to getting the free plant that they had over towards B just previously. They're going to make a play off this, though. Pundit's probably in a lot of trouble here. No, wow, hang on a second. Tensai just doesn't pull the trigger. What's going on there? They at least know that Pundit's inside kitchen.
Last player standing.
Tries to utilize the poison cloud to get out, but Ronski, firm look over towards the CT position. He'll be rewarded. This time, Nice Axe just cruising on in, hopefully able to find something very much more important to save that Vandal as well. But I don't know. I can't really seem to put my finger on it right now. You know, Peace, they don't seem to be doing anything overwhelmingly strong. Obviously, you know, Ronski's having a fantastic game, but that's something that we always come to expect at this point in time. Peace have just looked very, very solid.
I think Legacy just haven't found any sort of opportunities on their plays. They've attempted multiple stacks down over towards A, or rather not A, onto mid, trying to walk down. Had that one round on number 7 go their way, and mostly I still look at that as more Peace kind of not pulling the trigger on their own plan that would have happened on towards B, and they just ran out of time, and Legacy collapsed on top of them after the fact that they weren't going to be surprised by Peace movements at all. Since then, I mean, it's been all Peace. They still have that res. I don't even think they've had to use it the entire time because it's just been, they've been so healthy. They've had 5 alive for the most part. Leaving just Ronski now to explore over on A.
He's very much left off the leash, isn't he? It's kind of like, you can go do whatever the hell you want right now, mate. We'll work ourselves out. There's the opening from Tensai. Most of the movement there. Great shot from Punda as a response. Will he keep swinging? Sees another. It's going to be Sicko trying to get that position. There's the res that you were speaking about. Will have to be utilized. But that does put, obviously, Legacy at the disadvantage again.
Where has Punda got his toxin screen? Has he perhaps not used it just yet? And typically, defensive Vipers would have already placed it over towards B. And, I mean, after all of that, all said and done, Peace has moved over on towards A. It's not like Ronski's really had much forward momentum here. He's held some angles, and this could now be Mike in a lot of trouble. He's been locked out by so much util. The nanoswarm burns him down. Clutchy will click the kill. Duddy has to get this going, but doesn't fade away. The dismiss was available, but he doesn't use
30
it.
seconds left.
A little shaky there. So the unfortunate showing that it's definitely kind of slotting in a little bit. Punda spots out the information onto Sicko, but it's just not quite connecting. Yeah, Legacy, you know, not really hitting their shots at all at this point in time. He's going to walk his way up. Doesn't quite spot the nanoswarm. It's actually going to tag him up. Will be able to slot into the corner, however. Punda has joined the party now. The barrier wall will keep him at bay for a while longer. They still have to find 4 more members, Kev. Tap onto the defuse. Clutchy will find him. Up close. Nation's already there. He will be punished. Will be denied. Clutchy's keen to get over the top, though, and will find his 4K. And Peace walk away with 9. Obviously, this is their map pick. You know, they are looking very, very strong. But I can't say I expected this one-sided of a result so far.
No, I think this is so far been a little bit disappointing from Legacy. Although that being said, Mitch, you know, in the pre-show, we looked over on the vetoes here as well. We know that Peace had a winning map versus Order here on Icebox. We knew this was going to be favored for them. This was their first pick as well. I expect that Peace should win this map. I just didn't know it was going to be a 9-1 start, and I still think it could have been a 10-0 start. And Legacy would like to, you know, make this at least 2 rounds. Try and rescue this in some way. There's only 2 more rounds to play for in this half, so 3-9 being the best score to get now.
They're able to at least avoid Ronski for a little while there. This time, Niceax has found a couple more. Make it 3. Very, very nicely done with the Bladestorm. He's had his moments definitely in this point so far. But that's going to be 2 detainees here, Kev. They've actually made a very, very large investment. It's the Jet and the Rainer as well. If Sicko moves up quick enough, but he won't. And now that Niceax has been unleashed once more, it's all on Aronski. 1 versus 5 in the end.
Wow.
And it will be Niceax to get his 4K. So the Jets have definitely stepped up in the server this evening so far.
Yeah.
But is it too late in the half here?
Well, I mean, if they can recover 1 more round, I think the second half is still within range of it being doable. Obviously, it's gonna be a bit of a rough run. You're down 6 rounds. I would say that the next pistol was going to have to be a must-win for Legacy, and that's assuming they can at least take this round away. Having won the previous means they'll have some more money to play through. That's quite important because they forced into that last round. It wasn't quite like a clutch coming, well, not a clutch, but an eco coming through. There's no Thrifty, but Yifang was only on the Guardian. Mike was on a Sheriff. Ice used the Blaze on that league, so he'll be able to upgrade now onto a free operator courtesy of Ronski.
And he's holding that line too, down towards this B-long position. Will be afforded with a frag. And it's the Jet as well. He's managed to actually get up on Ronski a number of times despite his big performance, which is certainly going to be the difference maker if it does mean anything. Will be kept at bay by that toxic screen. Doesn't want to get over aggressive by any means, but there's the res again. You know, Ronski goes down, but he gets another dig, and I think that's a 3rd time in this half.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because we saw that 4K from Clutchy on a previous round, and he went up from 2 ticks out of 8 to 6 out of 8 very quickly to get that next res available. So as soon as they, you know, try and make a play happen, Ronski peeks into the operator that's now into the hands of Niceax. He dies, but we've seen this before. Okay, you lose that initial 1v1 to Niceax, but you'll come back and it's another 5v5. He still have 2 ultimates.
And I guess that's a testament to the orb control that's been coming out for Peace, right? Great shot from Mike. I was about to think he's been a little bit quiet so far, so a definite nice position. Now Niceax, he's being tagged up. We'll be able to reposition now. Still has the operator in hand. Will he spot out the gun barrel? Yes, he will. Narrowly missing the shot, however. Does at least get him off the spike plant for the time, but that's going to be the Viper's Pit unveiled now. They should be able to get this plant, but that's great use of the snake bite. It's going to hold them back, and with 15 seconds left, Kev, they need to get moving now.
And Legacy, okay, the plan's finally coming through. There's 12 seconds. If you actually run the spike carry, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You can maybe prevent the spike from being planted at all, but Legacy, they'll converge and collapse onto Peace, and suddenly that 3rd round has been found. Time was not on the side of Peace, and Legacy, with a very minor bounce back towards the end of that half, might be able to give them just enough mobility to get some more damage done on the second half now.
That was such a nice round from Legacy as a unit, right? You know, there was no one individual that really had to step up and hold firm. Obviously, you know, the opening pick from Niceax at least able to, you know, use that res and burn it early. But it was ultimately a team game. They all wrap around. Great usage of the dart from Yifang to force off the, you know, almost at least they're able to deny the plant. But regardless, they get in there and they catch everyone off guard. And ultimately, Legacy do walk away with that 3rd. So that's where, as you mentioned, right, potential signs of life into this next half.
And I got to credit some of the util placement as well. Punda's snakebite really slowed things down. It's a situation where Nation would love to have gotten that fast plant in there. Viper's Pit into more utility from Peace. Should be a plant, but again, they ran out of time. Legacy conversion, that was it. So can they turn that momentum now into a pistol win? Rossi has sights, and that will be the Rainer down. And Duddy is not going to be able to pop off with any sort of heals.
So still a slow pace. cruising on up now. Not really leaving too much of a lurk, but already 2 members at this position. So Peace are set up quite nicely. See how well they hold. Spike not going to go down just yet, but they are going to actually peek around. Nicehack's getting very aggressive here, Kev, and he's going to be punished.
Didn't have the timing. I mean, Suko could have gone down there, was trying to pull out the recon arrow, I'm sure. 2 versus 4 now. Peace have a lot of members. Yeah, Yifang and Punda's the only one left now currently. He's got a lot of HP, but won't take Peace very long to be able to converge onto him. Even if Nation doesn't win that duel, there's still 2 alive. For the defuse and Clutchy will have it done. So that very critical pistol now goes the way of Peace, and it actually just starts with the fact that Ronsky gets Duddy down, and that's one of the plays they'd love to use for an entry, taken down quite quick.
So the opportunity denied to really sort of set the pacing for this half. This Peace have done very well to control that again, and we're actually going to be seeing a full force in. So that's quite a statement to come out from Legacy.
I agree with this as well, because what you need to do is, while you're behind by 7 rounds, if you actually go for the eco here, you give it to Peace and they hit the 11, you're probably giving them a little bit too much momentum here, allowing them to get closer to that 12. If there's a world for Legacy to make a comeback in this half on this map, I think you have to go for force and then win this force as well. And I'm not too sure that Peace will be fully prepared for it. Clutchy has light armor, so he could potentially go down. Everyone else does a full armor, which is great versus Legacy, considering Legacy brought up.
Do believe they give that information away as well from the tap away from Punda, firing those couple of warning shots, but there is members here still locking down that position. Ronsky looking to swing around. Daddy, he's going to swing. Nicehack's also getting the opening onto Ronsky as well. Looking to get some more. Sicko is going to trade some heavy damage. So still the advantage going the way for Legacy for the time being.
Yeah, 5 alive here. I mean, Duddy's low, but one more kill will get the heal back in again. Tensai taking a few looks, tagged by the recon as well, but so far still alive. I mean, Legacy surely will be able to clean this through. It's just 1 alive now. Tensai versus the world, 21 HP, can't hold on, and Legacy, a successful force, and it won't just be a force that ends up putting them forward in terms of economy, but they've completely ruined the money of Peace.
And now the question is, do they force back? I'm going to assume no.
They can't afford it.
Yeah,
I think it would be rough.
It really just doesn't make sense, does it?
No, they have 6 rounds ahead currently. They can play safe, they can play chill. Forcing the defense is also a much greater risk than forcing on the attacking side. So if they're going to do anything, I would expect a couple of upgraded pistols, maybe just get on the frenzies going in, 1 or 2 sheriffs, make a walk down play somewhere, probably A or mid. A seems pretty good. A lot of teams do like to go A. Have that initial toxin screen to cover onto B to maybe just discourage Legacy from going that direction, then hope that you can sort of walk into the opportunity to get kills. I wouldn't buy up if I'm Peace here, but I'm definitely talking about what's going on for the next gun round after this to try and then recover the last 3 to get this map underway and done and dusted, really.
I like the timing of the pause as well for Legacy. You know, it's a good position. It's like, all right, we've reset. How do we continue this momentum behind us right now?
I think if you're Legacy as well, you're looking at this like, well, Peace have chosen to go for a timeout on their eco. Does that mean they're going to make a play on the eco? Will they try and walk down? I wouldn't be surprised if Legacy play this one quite patiently. They want to be very wary of the fact that Peace might try and something. But really, Peace will be using that time to, you know, as twofold to talk about how they want to handle this eco, but more importantly, how they want to do the gun round after.
So it is just that eco. They haven't taken any gambles. They've stuck to what is smart. And look at the fallback here. Very, very passive, waiting for the aggression. And I think they could potentially be rewarded for that here, Legacy.
Timing is really precise.
Oh, no!
Dude, you saw that from Mike's POV as well. Mike just turned around and didn't end up seeing Clutchy, who they were going to potentially get a free kill. And Tensai's got another freebie, but just can't get the headshots.
Stay down.
Classic. At least able to equalize, though. Not too much strain. Nation has walked his way down. Clutchy, obviously only with the classic. Can't really pick up a whole lot here. He's just a bit too far away, but oh, he's timed Duddy. If Punda repeaks, he'll be rewarded, but there is a potential world where Clutchy actually finds another. He's watching the flank here. Oh, he could have 2. He actually could have 2. No, not quite. Punda, good reaction, good response. But Nation, he's moved into the exact same position. They're going to make this round so costly. But at least 3 live on. Well composed by Punda.
I can't believe how Clutchy must be the timing god here, or Legacy are just unaware. I'm not too sure. Maybe a combination of both, but just walking down A, I think they saw the drone being destroyed. It's like, in Legacy's mind, are they thinking that, all right, well, I guess Peace don't walk down then because they know we're here. But actually, Peace, that gives Peace permission to walk down. They want to identify those members close by just to find a timing. They're on Classics anyway. They got nothing to lose. Find another one in Tube. It's unbelievable. And Peace will be pretty pleased with that, just taking away some guns, keeping the economy honest as Legacy. They got their 2 rounds now. 5 separate them and Peace in this half. And the road to a comeback requires them to at least win a couple gun rounds, and I think this would be the one that they would have to win.
Play the momentum game. Get it really rolling on the back of that attacking side. And look to instill a bit of fear. There's the fear, exactly. Nice hacks. Spotted out by the alarm bot and then taken down by an aggressive Tensai in mid. Panda not in a position to trade, very much waiting inside the tube. And they are poised to try and attack this site, but they are a little bit hesitant as Clutchy has spotted out Duddy there. Panda does get the trade. A little bit slow, but he gets it done.
Okay, 4 versus 4 here. Peace. Looks like they've successfully forced back Legacy, and Clutchy will discover that, okay, well, Duddy's still hanging around, but it's just 1. And Legacy have kind of softly exited. I don't know if they were trying to fake it. It's been successful in any case because they've kind of shifted off of A. Peace were looking offside as well, but they've not seen too much happening over on mid or B, to be fair. They're not really looking on B. The fact that Clutchy stayed has been awarded now. That's going to be spiked on the floor, and it gives all the info that Peace needs.
Absolutely. They will at least be able to afford this one. That Leah is going to force them away. Ronski looking for the peak, but Duddy should be able to reposition. Ronski's got an aggressive, though. And how do you deny that? Ronski just getting full force in. Yifang, good for the trade. So at least there's another equalization that gives them the opportunity to fall away and play the post plan, but it's all of the Yifang hoping to lock it down in the clutch, and he will. Massive play from Yifang, the 1v2 to keep his composure for the team. And clean trades across the board. Legacy, they continue to push forward. Another reset onto the Peace economy.
And Yifang got that Maple cosplay going. I'm sure the 1v2 on the server on Icebox. It looked like Sicko was going to be the one to be the hero of that. I mean, what a disgusting flick that he had. Yifang shutting it down means Legacy will now close the gap to only 4 and also put Peace into another awkward situation as far as money goes. So they're looking to buy up a couple of Marshals here, upgraded pistols. But the weapons are heavily favored for Legacy, which means we should be seeing 7.
Ronski trying to deny that. Up with the blades. Happy to kind of cruise around, have a little spot, see who's doing what and where. Aldrone over the top. Try to gather anything further. So it's a relative stalemate, but it does look like Peace are starting to pick up that pace. Nice hack, still a little while away. Who's going to find the first duel? There it is.
Peace saw a lot of smaller hairs just poking on through the upper sides of all of the position that Legacy have on A, and at the moment, oh, that player right below Duddy. Clutchy can make this problematic, but no, Clutchy is going to go down straight away to Mike, and that should be now the plant coming in through. His nation's just simply too far away. He might be able to get a timing onto nice hacks here that would at least buy them something, but oh my goodness, that was pretty disgusting. I'll take that. That's not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
The first shot was like, oh, okay, well, you've missed the opportunity now, but he recovered quite comfortably on the second, so, you know, a bit of a golf clap there.
A gentle one for the boys. So 7 now in the bag for Legacy. They're certainly starting to make something happen. They've just got to be careful now. Don't throw too many guns away to
Legacy shouldn't chase.
Exactly.
They should not chase at all. Not just because they've lost 2, but like their money, the situation is not the prettiest in the world. They got a lot of members who are actually quite low in cash, so it's not worth them dropping their own guns to take away 1 from Nation. You have that gentleman's agreement, handshake it away, and we'll walk over into the next round.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Not wanting to reinvest too heavily. But still good. Over and above 3 on each. Happy to keep pushing with that. Looks like Nice Hacks is actually going to, do the old classic. Just pick up The Sheriff, the Bladestorm, roll on with that one. All ultimates available for Legacy. But they do still have the res on the side of Peace as well. So not a horrible position for either of these teams.
He actually just picked up a Vandal right in the last second there. So he sold the Sheriff. It's gone now. Viper's pick coming through. Looking like a bit of a Pac-Man is that's going to maybe just force Legacy off. And while that's happening, by the way, you see that Peace are walking down B.
Already all of this control just off the back of one ultimate. Mike, though, is ready for something. Nice Axe has created the break in the space. Clutchy now spots out, will be punished by Yifang. But are they going to be ready for the member in Ronski? Doesn't look like it. He is repositioning.
Nation backed out. Nation backed out. His Viper Spit is gone. They had that Venn diagram going for a little bit, you know. A little bit of Viper Spit mixing. By the way, for anyone curious, what happens when they mix, right? The literal Venn diagram in the middle, you're just completely smoked up. But it's just going to be the one pit now in a 4v4.
And Nation gets his toxic screen down as well. Try and use that for the retake. A little bit of further information gathered, but now Nice Axe looks to reposition. He's going to jump up and be punished. Nation will be able to take him down here. So it is still going to be a tough hold. The man advantage goes the way of Peace, but Duddy is going to equalize, does get the heal, and another Punda picking him up. And there we go. Inside the green, they look at mean. Legacy with 8. They're closing this gap here, Kev, making it nice and close and exciting for us all.
Yeah, mate, 5 in a row here. I think that's pretty much comeback found. Officially, you've only got 2 away from Peace. You started poorly here. We had a situation where, what was the scoreline? 1-9 in the first 10 rounds. And again, I revisit that round where it probably could have been a 0-10, but in either case, this second half has really put Legacy back into it. And this is what I'm talking about. That second round force is 100% worth, because the only way that you can realistically make a comeback from that deficit that they had, which is what, 3-10, you gotta force, you gotta win one of those forces, put Peace into a bad situation on their economy, and Peace have not really been able to recover since then. They've had constant ecos. This is gonna be another one of those rounds where the buy is just bad. Nation has a hero rifle, and that's about it.
So the old classic, send the drone out, see what we can find. Very heavy lean here towards B. And it's a similar sort of style. As usual, leave Nice Axe off to see what he can gather. Orb control once more gathered. Funny how it's just the Jets on the A site. Everything else seems to be action towards B.
And look, if Nice Axe gets that kill, I think Legacy can easily shift over towards A. At minimum, Peace are going to have to take over and move players off. And timing is very specific here. They've walked past each other. The Nice Axe found one, but he doesn't know that Ronski's on the other side. He's making a lot of noise here. Ronski can get the kill.
Clean. And now that's the rotate. That's where they want to try and pick up off the back of it, but Ronski has denied it. They're still going to be picking up that pace, but that allows so much extra time for Peace to rotate and set themselves up. Now Mike, he has to get it moving. And that slow orb is going to be a bit of a bee in their bonnet right now. Forces his way through. But look at Ronski. He is certainly in a position to deny, but Duddy will be able to find it. Res goes out, so Ronski will live on. Has another chance. Spikes down.
Excellent timing onto the lockdown as well. I mean, a little bit early would have been even better, but you'll take what you can get. There could be a couple of detains here, not too sure. Just managed to get themselves out of it, but...
Oh, they're sticking it. Does he have it? Oh! Clutchy, though. There's an opportunity now. Can he get a weapon? That's going to be the big question.
He's got one.
He actually did step over it. Yeah, exactly right. Maybe no bullets. Maybe no time. Oh! There's those moments, Kev, where sometimes you just want to see the underdog pull it up. The Sheriff, a dream, 1v4. But Legacy managed to clinch it, managed to hold on. That round was tight.
Yeah. And it's tight because Nice Axe gets an initial pick. Ronski turns it over. Again, Nice Axe just did not realize that Ronski was around the corner, and he was running around, knife out, jumping around as well. You have to be a little bit more disciplined than that. They walked past each other, and Ronski nearly made it very difficult for Legacy to still make a play on A. In fact, I didn't think that Legacy were going to be able to win that, simply because you were going to find the lockdown. You remember the fact that Legacy had the gun advantage. They now have only 1 round separating them. Nice Axe goes down. The successful push down from Peace.
Yeah, how's the change in pace? Straight down, guns, trying to fight. The side control has been relinquished as a result. Duddy gets in, and you better believe he gets out. Aronski looking to get his way back in now. Does spot out one, rotating away, but already the spacing that he has created. Duddy is underneath and he gets one. That's going to be the overheal to come out as well. The Devour. Now Legacy still holding back from that post plant. It's a 3 versus 2 and Mike's going to make another happen. Tensai, 1 versus 3. We've seen a couple of clutches to come out in this evening. And there's the opening frag. That's the one to start to do it. I think there's some utility down still. He's got to get aggressive. He's got to try and put some further control. Panda does get tagged up. Tensai gets 3. But you know what that is, Kev? That's a tied game. 10-10. And I cannot believe my eyes.
It's unbelievable is what it is, because now if you look at the actual streaks in rounds found, it's 7 in a row for Legacy on this half, which is greater than the 6 in a row that Peace were able to get on that initial half, and another broken by for Peace. It's fallen apart. Legacy are very likely now to take the lead for the first time in this map so far.
And you can start to see the scuffle, right? Ronski, he's invested in, probably doesn't need to. It's a bit of a statement. The rest of the team saving. Are they kind of falling apart a little bit? How are the comms? Just got to keep monitoring these things, because Ronski has been quiet and he's now doing Ronski, right? He's trying to take all the advantage. He's throwing the round. Like, this is the inexperience factor, right? He's taking it. He's going, boys, we're losing rounds. Why is this happening? And he feels this pressure to put it on himself to try and take it forward and win the round, but he might have just completely given up around a Legacy there.
Yeah, just a dry push coming on through. I mean, he was on the A side by himself, and sometimes that's worked out. We've seen Ninum get good plays on there, but it will be a 50-50, and Duddy will flip the heads this time around. He'll take the head off of Ronski, and now Peace, they really don't have a chance anymore. It's a full 5-man post plant. They have no weapons. The only hero rifle they had has been dropped, unrecoverable. That also means, by the way, that Ronski is going to be looking for 1 orb, hopefully next round, to at least pull up a Blaze Song, because he's still 1 off, I'm aware. Peace just on the Sheriff here. I mean, he'll just throw his life in there to try and slow the economy down at Legacy, but Legacy are rich. They have now, what, 8 rounds in a row, and they've taken the lead for the first time.
This momentum is incredible. Wow. Now we see Niceax actually topping the server. Mike, who is having an absolute blunder of a game, he's all the way back up. I think it was like 1-10 at one point now, 9-13. He's done everything that a Sage has needed to, supporting his team accordingly. And yeah, Ronski, unfortunately, he's just stuck to the Marshal. It's actually an operator for Tensai on the Killjoy. So it's really starting to get a bit messy here in Camp Peace. I know they're not done. They're definitely not over, but like Legacy must just be cheering in the TeamSpeak right now.
Yeah, I think they've really turned a small opportunity into now a possible win as well. So as mentioned, Ronski was going to go for orb control, finds that Blade Storm. And Legacy don't look like they're going to be dissuaded by this Viper's Pit. They drone through it. No, they lost the confidence. They don't want to play into Clutchy at all. Sorry, Nation at all. Ronski's just, okay, he's landed 1 knife, but that's all he's going to get.
And there's the res. Straight off the back of it as well. So that's a big investment. Gets the orb, gets the ult, moves forward. Clutchy also going to be spotted. No,
Clutchy wants the res.
He does. Are they going to let him? He might actually find the timing. That's going to be a shock dart that could hurt, but not quite. Sitko holds firm here now. This is the pressure point that's being applied. Clutchy gets another. Yifeng good for the trade, but he's low. Has to try and sneak his way through and look at this control. Nation, but the timing doesn't quite work out. Clutchy still wants this res.
Nation's got it. Surely it's a freebie here. No way. Okay, yeah, thankfully he had some shaky shots there. Not gonna lie, thought maybe Mike could pull it through, and if Mike got that, could be a Legacy round with Spike being on the floors, posing some problems now. Less than 30 seconds to go, and they need to recover the Spike. They'll use a recon to get it, and Tensai, the miss shot is brutal. A second miss shot as well. That could be Legacy once again in a position to save it. Not enough time though. Nation can stop this.
Is he ready for it? Great shot. But now he puts Panda in a position where he actually can win out this round. He's looking for the swing. He might be able to find Tensai, but Nation makes it happen. Kev, mate, I'm on the edge of my bloody seat for this game. It's 11-11. We're all tied up. Make a wish, because the game is excitement.
Got a game on our hands. Bit of a blowout in the first series. Was looking like a possible blowout here on map number 1 as well. We end things 9-3. At one point it was 1-9. Which, by the way, you talked about Mike's scoreline. Mike had a 1-9 KD as well at a certain point. Many rounds back. So the recovery's been decent. Legacy still have a major ult advantage here. Still got plenty of money.
Yeah, look
Not
at their buy.
that much for Peace, considering they had to go for, what, a Guardian Judge here. They at least have Ronsky back on an Operator.
Get out of my way.
So they're hoping for something. He needs to go huge. This is his time. Hasn't really had an Operator for the most of this half, and you know, so important on that defending side of Icebox, and with such an impactful player. Now Clutchy spots over the top. Will have to fall away. Duddy, he's put the pace behind him now, jumping up into the heaven area of the site. Now it's going to be the Viper's Pit. Ronsky gets the quick scope, and look at this man. He's getting straight in there. Pit goes down. Damage is being dealt. Nice X is taken down. It's all on Yifang, and he can't quite go next here. It's going to be a defusal, and it's going to be map point for Peace.
Wow, Legacy just dropped all their ultimates in there. Viper's Pit included was looking pretty damn good, but Peace, they just got a full walk into it. Quick scope. That even looked like a bit of a no-scope coming through from Ronsky, deleting Duddy and the Empress, where Duddy could have absolutely popped off there.
He's had enough.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about the fact that Ronsky was trying to put the game into his own hands. He's done that successfully now, as opposed to being the cause of the first death on his team. Puts Peace back in charge on towards match point. Legacy are looking for that OT. And an OT start here for Peace would be a bit of a run back to Stage 3 finals where they had that OT win versus Order. But yeah, that's Legacy that's pushing them, showing up right now.
And how upset would you be if you were Legacy, right? To do all of this, and to let it all slip right at the finish line.
How upset if you're Ronsky?
He doesn't want that to happen. Exactly. Ronsky's down, mate. And Clutchy, he wants that res. Again, he's hunting. He's looking for it. He's found one. He's got the slow orb as well. Kev, this is incredible. Clutchy's done so much damage. The res has even got to come off. Sicko's moved on in. This is amazing. Ronsky's going to be taken down again, but Mike equalizes. It's still a disadvantage going the way of Legacy. They've got so much to do. The rotate around away.
Yifang was trying to stop the res coming on through. He was trying to get the body, but now they don't have the Hunter's Fury to stop the eventual lockdown coming on through. Maybe Legacy could get this plan. In fact, quite possibly due to the fact that Peace aren't quite here yet. But what about the retake? Because Peace are going to come back with that lockdown. And Legacy have very few options. There's not even shock darts available anymore. This could be it. Peace might be able to get the 13.
Yeah, such an aggressive lean too. Look at that position that they need to play now. Tensai on the flank. Yifang has to be ready for this. If they don't swing around, it could be done. But they get the aggressive control. They push forward. Mike on the side gets the dink on the Clutchy. Doesn't have the heal too far away, but now he should know that's going to be the lockdown. They have to fight this. They have to contest. If they don't go for this, and Mike knows it.
One enemy remains.
Yifang pushes through, gets something done. That's going to be the lockdown destroyed, or will it not? No, it's not quite done. But Yifang getting around, he can reposition Kev. He's played this to perfection. He's got to stick it. He's got to get moving. Yifang, no, my friend, don't let this happen. Not like this. Tensai gets the clutch and balls of steel. What a way to end it. They've got to be burning.
Crash Orbs just dropped the no shot in Discord there for me as well. Oh my goodness. I think those are the exact two words that will describe the ending there. No shot in very many ways. No shots fired by Yifang either. He didn't trust it. And the mind games are huge there. The mind games are absolutely huge. It does come down to a coin flip. You have no idea whether Tensai is going to actually go for that defuse or not. And Tensai believed it. He's like, if there's a way, I'm gonna go through right now. As soon as Tensai heard the recon dart being thrown in, he knew he won.
Yep. Won the round immediately off the back of that info. But what a game, right? Like, to have that level of comeback, 9-1 the scoreline, right? And then to fall just at the finish line in that clutch from Tensai. And I thought the second they actually dug in to try and find that lockdown, like imagine if that lockdown was destroyed, you know, the second it happened, but it just couldn't quite all get together. But that was an incredible game, Kev. I'm stoked to be a part of that. It was the game that we were hoping for, 4 and 5th seed. This is the finals. This is the big moment. But guys, we're going to go get our breath back, whilst hopefully you do as well. Make sure to check out Digital and Smash, obviously, over on that B stream, guys. You've all been a treat. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you back after these short messages.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. What an explosive opening match we've just had between these two teams on Icebox. It went right down to the wire. There was a near comeback, but in the end, it's Tensai and his balls of steel to take it through with that defuse. I'm Conky, this is Avril, and mate, what a start.
Yeah, I mean, look, give me more of that. Give me a couple more maps of that, indeed. Huge comeback from Legacy. And you're right, because we're talking about how bad would it feel if you made that much effort to nearly get the comeback to go to the OT, and unfortunately it just doesn't go your way right down the end. But I still think Legacy can use that to walk forward. To be fair with you, we did expect this was going to be a piece map win, their map pick. They're great on Icebox. The fact that Legacy have made that comeback and made it as close as it is means that that's something they can work on now and build upon for our future maps, and maybe they can take us to a map 3 and possibly there. Hey, who knows?
Well, there was a few of those rounds early on, right, where they kind of missed by like a really narrow margin, or there was maybe just like a miscomm or a slight misstep, which ultimately allowed them, Peace to have that really, really dominant opening to the first half. And, Legacy didn't really have a chance to get in there. So I think it's quite a statement. And now moving into a map like Haven, which is very, very momentum driven, I'm actually really excited, to be quite honest with you. Their map pick, they clearly have got some sort of idea about this. I'm happy and pleased to see the Duddy go kill that we did get to see on the Reyna. It seemed to work to a degree, hit some really, really sharp shots. Yifang had some big moments too, but it was Niceax who very much stood out. And I think the interesting part was, Ronski obviously had that really hot start and then completely slowed down with the pacing of the match as well. But his team was able to end up kicking back and taking them forward. Yeah, absolutely. And, the fact that we get the last 1v1 there that comes down to the actual wire. Tensai getting the defuse. Yifang, unfortunately, lose the coin flip there in terms of deciding whether it was or, reading whether it was going to be a fake or a real defuse. It just goes that way sometimes. And Yifang won a clutch a little bit early on, so you can't feel too bad about it. He had a great moment and had a bit of an unlucky moment. Legacy, great job overall to get 8 rounds in a row. That I always go back to that second round force that Legacy did, where, there's going to be a world where that force doesn't work and the map's going to be over, but that was always going to happen if they never go for the play. So the fact that they make that play and it does work, that's what gives them the momentum to even attempt to get 8 rounds in a row to make a comeback happen. And they were actually in the lead for one round. They were, I believe it was like 11-10 at one point before eventually Peace took it back over. That's it. Like, they get the little taste and then all of a sudden it's taken away from them. It's like trying to eat the dessert before dinner's actually over or something along the lines. Mum takes it away, right? Yeah, exactly. That's right. Or, it's kind of that thing where mum says, dinner's ready, guys. And she's still got like 10 minutes left before it's actually finished. And you run downstairs all excited. But okay, this is exciting now. We spoke about the possibility of KO on Ascent. But Kev, it's coming out on Haven. And it might come back on Ascent as well. We'll see how well it works here for Peace. They were going to be the team that most likely goes towards this. Tensai is going to be the player picking it up as well. It does mean they give up their Sentinel. They haven't replaced the Sentinel on their side, and if anyone say, well, what about Sage? It's like, well, yes and no. It doesn't quite fill the same shoes as a Killjoy or a Cypher Wid. It's almost like you're playing a secondary duelist here. It does change your team up quite a bit. When I was looking at where KO was in the NA meta and what all the pro teams there were doing, word on the street, and basically the way it's explained is that it's very experimental. Very few teams are seriously looking into KO. Steel and 100 Thieves are probably the player that's played the most KO professionally in terms of actual matches, but it's still not like a standard thing. It's very much a outside pick, and I think that would ring true for OCE as well. So I'm very excited to see what Tensai is going to be bringing to us. This will also, by the way, a bit of lore, but it'll be I think the first time I've actually managed to be able to cast a KO game, because most teams don't pick KO. It never gets picked. Brush up on your utility name. Dion always bullies me for not knowing everything to the exact, which I think is fair. So let me frag/ment. Okay, yep, I got you. Fragment. Yep, we're good. I ain't calling it a 0 point. It'll always just be a dagger to me. So yeah, knife goes out. Spike. Yep, that's it. All right. So straight up mid. Look at this immediate control, and it will be the cheeky little Astra towards the back of the site, the Nova Pulse, trying to gather that info. Nothing will be there so far. But a good opening shot from Ronski, and he's pushed straight up short. And that's going to be straight around the flank. Spike goes down, but they have to try and take control of this A-Link here. Now, Legacy are getting aggressive over towards that link, yeah. And look at this now. Clutchy's fallen down a Niceax very quickly. Sicko can at least get a trade here.
Peace have control on site. They're coming in now. They're starting to really fall in. The actual mid control on grass has been taken by Ronsky as well. This is going very favorably for Peace to start out with, but Legacy, as the dust settles, have the one-player advantage, and currently it's just Nation.
Oh.
He's going to get taken down quite swiftly as well. Was only on half HP, so a couple of body shots, or maybe just one quick headshot from Yifang to close that round out, and that's a statement as well. Yifang felt like he could have probably have won Icebox on that final round. He'll take the first one now on Haven.
And great control as well with that frenzy. It's not like all the time that we see it come out, especially not on a pistol round, but, you know, Nice Hacks took it upon himself. He pushed into that A-Link and, you know, doing them dirty. 3 big frags to really set the tone in that position. So Legacy get off on that early start, and it will be the full eco from Peace. Not looking to delve in too hard. And just let the sort of round settle a little bit, and Legacy seem to have their sights set towards A.
But do they know that Clutchy is on the other side of the tiles there? As they've narrowly dodged that dagger at the 0 point. And here it is. Big moment for Clutchy. Ah, damn, it's completely fallen flat. One shot did land on the mic and will be cleaned up by Sicko here. And Peace do know that it will be over towards A as the spike went down.
Yeah, this might actually get a little bit dicey here, Kev. It's a 3 versus 3 now, and Panda luckily lines them up. 1 versus 3 now. Yifang happy to take that one. Good damage, though. Well done. You know, they were really, really fast on the rotate. Looks like Nice Hacks actually got pretty keen to run away up towards that B site, but after the frags from Panda, they can settle down, get the round done. But look,
tell you what,
relatively stock standard.
Clutchy definitely wishes maybe he had something like a shorty there, but, you know, didn't want to spend any money on that round. It's one of those times when hindsight's 2020, like, oh man, the whole team is actually walking over towards me. I'm in a great spot, haven't been spotted at all.
I've got a classic.
It ends up being one of those classic moments. Would love to do an in peak, but at best you'd get one. To be fair, you'd probably prefer to even just get the one. Sicko's not nearly going to be brave enough to try the same thing. Be playing safe with his rifle. Doesn't know that there's a whole stack in sewers currently, and is kind of dropping off side as well.
I was going to say, was
Maybe
that the
Heaven.
rotate up to Heaven? Yes, okay. It will be. Those stars go down, and the Nebula, that's going to isolate the information. And they're going to take that site nice and happily. There will be a tag up. Sova darts over towards the site. Mike should get tagged up. So will Duddy. They managed to still get that spike plant down. Duddy's going to reposition and it'll settle in a 5-on-5.
Still should be about 2 stars available here for Pundit.
No charges.
1v1 for Tensai versus Yifang. Currently, that's a bit of a run back from what we saw in the final round of Icebox as Ronsky's trying to make his way onto side, but we'll just get slowed down.
That hot hands as well is going to do great things, but it's going to be Ronsky forcing his way through. 1.5, but he will find the end, and there we go. Nicely done, and unfortunately for Yifang, he does miss that shot, and he's all the way over towards the other side of the map, almost.
Go for exits.
Over the top, but that's the round done.
He's not going to get an exit. He should get a gun upgrade, though, so that's going to be the handshake they deliver over. All right, you've killed one player. You to take away a gun. We're not going to try and chase you here. It's really not worth it for us. And good patience being shown by Yifang, and Tensai knew that Yifang was close by as well. They had kind of brushed shoulders earlier. The fact that Tensai moves forward gives the all clear. All clear being that I haven't run into Yifang, which means he's probably still in spawn. I'm not going to fight him. It's going to be a minor player advantage, and it doesn't take Ronsky too long yet. You'll get past the gravity well, but after that, move in, clear hell, and Peace is suddenly on site.
Hunter's Fury immediately doesn't quite gather a whole lot, but it does allow the control to come through. There we go. Mike will be tagged up. Cam goes in. There's information gathered. Tagged up a little bit, but he's very much stuck here. I think Ronsky is in a good position to swing, and that's a great opening pick. Unfortunately, Nice Axe hasn't been able to do anything really here. So that's pretty much going to be Peace getting away scot-free with that opening frag.
Tensai's up against 4 here. This is going to be a huge moment for him as well. Over to the cubby, tucked in. Nice and tight. Couple of flashes available. I think that hot hands missed.
No, it did.
But Tensai still dies. No, he had such a great shot.
Now Sicko's big moment, big opportunity. Duddy does manage to get the trade. Clutchy goes down at Sicko, finding another here. He's done really, really well. But he is going to be taken down, and Yifang not looking to go next here, looking to continue forward. As it's all on Aronsky. 1 versus 2, but look at Spike Kev. It's a while away. However, Yifang, he is a valiant member here. Looking down firmly. We'll pick up the 3rd round here for Legacy on the back of that 3K.
So Legacy still in control. I mean, they win that 4th round. Okay, they give up that 3rd. Oh, they weren't really favored to win it anyway. They didn't have the best equipment. The fact that Yifang even walks away with 1 free gun is actually pretty awesome. Now into the 4th round, they'll get the cleanup required. You needed to see Tensai go huge, at least a minimum 1-for-1 if you're going to be in a one-and-done spot. It will be Peace trailing by just a couple, and now it's Legacy's turn to potentially get this Hunter's Fury into play if they want to. Runner back available as well for Duddy, which I'm sure this will be a round where you really want to think about using it.
So our drone clearing on in. Ronski, the hot hands, and then Overpulse is going to make it really hard, but gets away with murder there. We'll be able to take down the Jet. Duddy, though, makes his way in. Tensai, great position, straight through mid, but Yifang, good for the trade. However, they're so far down now. Does have the run it back available. Potentially looking to utilize that. Duddy, get out, try find a frag, get the full heal on the back of it, and there it will be. How far is he going to go in? Looks like Yifang's actually going to swing in, but a great shot. Yifang clearly feeling it right now, and at least that's the HP back. Duddy gets alive on the back of it, and he's still going to be able to kick forward. Greatly done. Overall, another 3K for Yifang. And this Legacy is here. They mean business right now. Whatever has happened in the last kind of half map has really driven them forward.
I mean, I'll tell you what happened. The confidence shot way up because they knew they could have taken that map to OT. They knew that they could have been a team to beat Peace, and they're coming in now where Yifang is in particular fired up. He was the guy. I'm pretty sure. I know Yifang. I know this guy for quite a long time. And he'll be the type of player where he won't be pleased with how that last round ended on Icebox. He'll take it upon himself to say, I could have done better. And now he's going to come into Haven and play the way he feels like he should have played on Icebox. 10-0 so far. An absolute monster. Ronski with a beautiful shot, the nice axe, and now Legacy. If there's a way to win this round, they're going to have to try and pull it back from a deficit of 2. Now 3.
Of course he hits that. Ronski, the Ronski effect. No, out of bullets. That is unfortunate. And it's all in the Yifang now. He might have to, unfortunately, lose his streak. It's the second, right? That's the classic. We point it out. We show how insane it is, and then all of a sudden it's a flawless from Peace.
I mean, look, at that point as well, you have these insane shots from Ronski, setting themselves up to collect all the members of Legacy walking over towards A. Timeout now from the Legacy side of things. Okay, our little fun has been impeded here. Got a couple rounds in a row. Yifang's finally gone down. He's 10-1 now instead of 10-0. Take a bit of time to think about what our next buy is going to be, because they still got money. They still got plenty of cash in the bank right now. It's Peace that were hurting in the previous round. A couple members brought down way to pretty much 0. In the case of Clutchy, it was 0. So Legacy have 3 ultimates, cash, and a round lead of 2.
So just some further time to chat. Reflect on what has happened so far. So always cool to see Ronski making those big plays. But of course, I don't think that is going to shake them. It's been very nice to see, I suppose, these timeouts being taken quite regularly. Like Legacy, 3 so far? They've utilized all necessary. So just continuing to make the right decisions. So let's check up what they're going to do with the rest of the cash here. Looks like it is just going to be only the Sheriff and Mike. Yeah, stuck to it, but it should be enough.
The life of an attacking Cypher, eh? That's what that's about.
That is. Pain.
A lot of pain, as we'll have to look to see. Yeah, put up some trips. Make sure we don't get flanked. That'll be your job, mate. As the stars come out, I spread out across the board, so nothing to really tell you exactly what Legacy are doing. And Yifang got a tag on his drone, so looking for the initial damage. Nice Axe can certainly come in and finish that off. It's Tensai on the off angle, though, and Ronski cannot be stopped currently.
Still up in the recon bolt as well, but it's not going to quite... Oh, never mind.
How's that for a snipe?
As I say that. There you go. An archer in a former life, apparently, but there's the res. Ronski is back in action. He's already found 2, and with that operator being put back into his hands...
They don't trust the
now
plant.
looking to get this spike plant. Yep.
Look like they were potentially moving over towards A as well. They can go from mid to A here, but they'll confirm the B plant, and Mike as well lurking over towards that link. Yifang's got the 10 side, is going to make things a lot more palatable, but only a short while before Peace now managed to make sure they still have a player advantage. It's gone pretty sideways. Peace could have done this a lot cleaner. It's only a 2v1 now. At least Clutchy can heal.
Enemy remaining.
Is he going to be ready for this though? Yifang, sicko. Oh, what a way to end it. Almost on for the ace, and that's, I think, Sicko saying, you shock darted my guy. I'm going to get you back. And
Get the off as
Ultimately,
well.
Peace walk away with a third, yeah.
Honestly, Legacy did a ton of damage. I got a little bit of shooting on the body there. Got to show him what's up. Yifang's still 14-2, but Ronski's had a pretty decent catch-up. The opening couple of operator shots were beautiful to see, and they instantly put that gun back in towards his hand, so no lack of a purchase there for Ronski, and it's starting to hurt Legacy now, as those last 2 rounds have kind of put the money of Legacy into the bin. And yeah, they got good damage on that last round after losing most of their players over on towards C. They planted on B, but just the presence for the post plant wasn't quite there.
So just watching that line, he's now stuck behind the tiles. Waldo down in the sewers. We'll keep them at bay for a little while longer. Mike spotting nothing on that webcam. Going digital. I'm not talking the caster. Oh, Pay!
How's that for a warning shot? Okay. Mike's
ain't
like, I
coming
see
my
you there,
way."
mate. I see you there. I got a little bit of it. So your head poking out ever so slightly. Bam. You better dash away. Peach knows what's up now. The heal's going to come through as well. Slow round so far.
Here.
Lexi back out.
Yeah, happy to walk away in that position. Nice hack's obviously very, very low. But the Sage of Clutchy's walking in firmly. Might be able to spot out something in a second, though. Yeah, Mike's got the info, but couldn't quite connect on the shot, and that's going to be Ronski giving a bit of payback there for the earlier shot.
Oh, what is that? Pretty wild shot coming through from Sicko there. I don't think Duddy's going to get this plant. Succeeded. Surely the swing comes on through. It's been a couple of kills going the way of Legacy, but it's once again just going to come down to Yifang. The big frag on Legacy. He'll get removed. Yes, Peace will tie things up 4-4. A couple of cheeky Sheriff upgrades. Give the defuse over to Clutchy, who will now only be, what, 5 away from the next res. Okay, Peace on the way back, and Ronski hasn't died for, you know, a little while now, and he's been definitely putting the hurt on towards Legacy. His average damage should be pretty high per round.
And that's one thing I know on a map like Haven is Ronski has no fear on that attacking side. He's going to be dashing in. He's going to be taking that control of the C site with full confidence. So right now, it's pretty much just the Yifang show. Very much putting the rest of Legacy in his backpack. Haven't seen too many big shines. I hate to call this one out, but I remember Nice Hacks 3K on that pistol. That's all he's got so far. So we definitely need to see a bit of change of pace for the rest of the team.
We need to remind him to turn the Nice Hacks on, and might have forgotten. Okay, that's going to be a potential catch. Yep. One agent suppressed. I've spotted Nice Hacks. Haven't seen a lot of these come through. At least we haven't spotted them yet. So that's going to be the info found out there. Oh, Ronski, got to be careful.
Yeah, minimal C site presence, I guess, which obviously is where Tensai's been playing towards. Very much been a rotating member so far, but still had his impact. Just shouldering for the time being. Still look like they set towards C. They've got plenty of time to work with.
And this should be the weak side for Peace as well, because, you know, I think if you're not running a traditional Sentinel, again, I'm not counting Sage in that conversation, traditional Sentinel being Killjoy or Cypher, I feel like your defense would be a little bit affected. So the gravity well and all the smokes are coming on through. Tensai will slow this down with a couple of flashes. Oh, beautiful.
Nicely timed. Now he's at the back of the site. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury to come out, but Duddy, he means business right now. Will be a little bit of a trade out, though, from that very Hunter's Fury. Now Ronski is rocked up. Is he going to go for the res, though? He's faked it. He's jumped up over the top. We'll be able to find Punda. And now he can stabilize that core, get him back, but he's faked the res. Look at him go. Ah, you're joking me. I mean, he dies, but Ronski's won the round completely solo.
Yeah, I mean, that's... great mind games. More mind games coming on through. Go for the fake res twice. I think he was maybe thinking about actually doing the res, but he hears the footsteps of Legacy coming through from the various angles they were approaching him to stop the res from coming on in. And the knives ring true. Look, Yifang started up 10-0. He's on 16-4, which is still great, but Ronski's caught up big time, still with the operator in hand. Hasn't died for a few rounds now. And Peace have taken the lead.
That's just still the craziest thing to me. Game like Valorant where you're faking a res for info. It's awesome, but so is Ronski. He might actually jump onto the top of the wall here as well. Clutchy's good for one more, but I think Ronski wants to go for a cheeky little peek. He'll end up destroying the Alcrone instead. But he's on the line, and of course he hits that shot. This guy, when this is a confident Ronski and you can't punish him, he's just going to keep on peeking, keep on doing risky things and, you know, getting away with the high reward. Yifeng also spotted out, but it's all onto him now in a 1 versus 4, and Clutchy's going to punish him, taking him down. Round's done, and Peace have just got this incredible momentum behind him right now.
It's classic oh shit, but it's working, so can't complain at the moment. He's hitting some absolutely crazy shots.
This is the
Yifeng
time where
punishes
you
him.
say, like, I'm okay with the highlight reel, right?
Well, you know, if it's not getting punished by Legacy just yet, then might give the map over to them. Certainly might give the half over to them. They're only 1 away now from confirming that first half, and the operator hasn't dropped out of Ronski's hands for, I think, the entire 5 rounds that they've won in this streak so far. And Ronski's pretty much caught up to Yifeng here. They equalize in terms of the kills. Clutchy would love to walk down, but will respect the gravity well.
So wall destroyed quickly, meaning that they can continue this firm pace if they do so choose. But look at this lean from Peace very early on. It seems like they've got a 6th sense right now of putting up the defense.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Here comes Duddy. Oh, he's still slowed though. Now he's suppressed. He can't flash through. He's just gonna have to jump into this one dry. Looking for some info. Would love one Kelly. Or at least allow Punda to get that. And Peaks are only down to 2 currently, and one of them is still pretty far away. In fact, they're both far away. It's just gotta be Ronski on the long flank. Nation trying to take it to heaven. Both have been spotted via the narrow theft there, and Legacy finally should be able to bounce back.
I mean, when there's a Ronski alive, I guess there's always a chance here. Nation has waited, just trying to buy enough time. He will be dinked up, but now Ronski moving on in. It's gonna be, no, not quite the opening that he needs. Actually might choose to fall away from this here. Hold on to the operator. Looks like Nation's already made that call. They've got enough money to go though, so may as well just try and do some damage here. There's it. There it is.
Probably worthwhile
Interesting
trade,
rounds.
actually. I mean,
Yeah.
is it a worthwhile round? Legacy don't have a lot of money here, so the 2 rebuys could be costly. They win, so they have the money to drop, or at least, you know, an extra 3K should be pretty comfortable. Plus the plan, obviously, for a little bit of extra. Peaks will not be able to recover the operator, but they have enough money in the bank to purchase it up. It's for the last round regardless. So better late than never for Legacy to bring one back and break the silence of the 5 rounds in a row that Peace had. Get on A. Duddy might not have been able to flash or use any util because of the suppression. However, the runner back still gets the entry. Gives Punda plenty of space to breathe, and that's the important part.
So final round of the half, Kev. Watch this is called. But unfortunately it'll be punished quickly by that 0 point. Moving on in. This is the thing. This is the Ronski difference, right? He's just completely dry. I mean, look, Nation's there with him, but he's walked down mid. And look at all the control that he's about to find. Oh, there's 1. 2, surely? Not quite. But at least Clutchy was there to find another. And already they've just gone straight in there. Punda has found another. Wall can go up. Clutchy can get the res. Punishing.
Last player standing.
God, that is going to be so frustrating to play against him. You look at Yifeng's POV, he doesn't know where Peace are. They're everywhere. This defense is pushed up and they were not ready for it. Legacy have been picked to pieces by the fact that Peace just found the opportunity to walk down A, walk down on all sides. Legacy was so slow. They were very far behind in trying to take any map real estate and heavily punish. If you have a team that's slowed down and giving you too much respect, Peace will pounce on top of that one and they'll deny Legacy. Well, the equalization of a 6 and 6, 7-5 is still very close margins. Only the 2. Next pistol could give Peace a pretty decent wide berth of map, rather round lead, or it could be Legacy at least attempting to bounce back.
I think what we've got to point on as well is Sicko has gone really firmly under the radar. I think, you know, obviously we've made comment towards it, but 15 and 6, you know, it's been very much a battle of like Yifeng and Ronski, but he has been doing work right now, just being super consistent, so reliable for Peace. I think he's been one of the difference makers, but now it's going to be a quick play towards C. Are they going to be able to find it? Already up on towards the site. And it will be cleared, so they should be able to get at least the spike plant nice and early. 5-on-5 retake.
And the wall's going to come up here as well. This is going to be a pretty rough retake for Legacy. Peace will get their pretty reasonable plant. It's not the god plant, but it's good. And this is where I think it'll be the strong side of the map. You see what Tensai's utility can do. All right, bit of a swing around from Ronsky doing one of those peaks. In the queue from Ninham, maybe punished pretty heavy, but Legacy are tagged up. Look at the HP.
Yeah, wow. So low. Like, what do you even do here? Right clicks from Sicko. Just continuing to charge forward. 1 point of HP. And he still gets one somehow. They don't even need to go for it. They can just run away, keep as many alive as possible. Information now gathered.
Oh.
How's he got 2 there? Anyway, well done from Duddy.
Duddy go kill.
Yeah, literally right that.
Duddy go kills. Can't win the round, but he does get 2 frags on nothing, on absolutely no HP. Well, Legacy get a bit of a taster now of what Peace can actually do on this offense. And hey, okay, you didn't have a proper center on the defense. Doesn't matter. You still won that half. Quite convincingly towards the end there as well with the 5 in a row. And then the banger of a 12th round where they just completely walked out. And now as we head into the attacking side, I mean, it'll just be more of the same. 0 point into flashes. And in fact, Peace have got a completely clean site. Legacy have stacked up and gambled on C. And that will be coin flipper tails.
They're up and over. Ronsky, look, he's ready for... Oh, Jesus! That was almost a Call of Duty moment right there. Oh, baby, a triple, but indeed, he will still get it. Goes for the no-scope. Unfortunately, Duddy can't quite connect. How's he alive? He's going to do one of those instead. He will be punished for it, but... Oh, Ronsky. Always a sight to see.
Ronsky is the embodiment of Mom, get the camera. I just got a 3-piece.
Oh,
it is.
So I can do a little bit of taking you back here, Kev. Right. So my old history was a Call of Duty sniper on YouTube. Right. I was one of those dudes.
Okay.
And I think there was one round from
before the business suits and the day job.
Correct. Exactly. And yeah, Icebox, Be Long, Ninham with the Marshall, 4 headshots like back to back to back in the kill feed. And it's just like, it took me back so far.
Well, frags are going to go pretty even both sides, but Legacy have no control on the map. Peaks will just walk up. Nice hacks. It's going to get trapped there, actually. So, well done by Sicko and who else is there? Nation to at least prevent any further movement. Yeah, speaking of any further movement, Duddy just can't even walk up. He's getting spawn cap for the resurrection point of his runner back, and there's just no chance here. Legacy have been completely bopped out of the second round so far. If you start to really look at the momentum that Peace have gotten, okay, Legacy had the initial lead. Yifang had that 10-0 scoreline, but since then, it's been all Peace. I mean, Ronsi's got up to 22 now. Sicko's on 20. They've got 3 rounds in this half. We're looking at another icebox situation where Legacy have to do the impossible.
Just all this momentum behind them, like no holds barred. Nation hasn't even had to do anything. It's just Ronsky, Sicko, Clutchy. That round from Clutchy, though, my word. You can just show how they're feeling.
Legacy are walking down over towards B. So they know it's A at this point. You got to have Yifang shot up big time again. You get a lot of frags. 5 sheriffs on board here. Haven't checked below, so it's going to be nice hacks taking down hard carrier Ronsky, but with Tensai alive, Sight will be taking full control. Possible contact over towards the lobby as well.
I don't think he picked up the Vandal either, so this is going to be a tough one. Nation does get back on the board a little bit. Mike finds one more. So Nice Hack's actually still alive. Both going to be going for it. That Vandal has now been recovered. Can tap onto it. There is going to be the gravity well that should try and force them off. Now, Nice Hack's trying to tap onto this line, but Clutchy going to punish him, going to deny it. It's Mike's moment. It's his time. They're going to swing. But unfortunately, there will be no ding for Mike, and it's Peace onto 11.
6-round gap, but it just feels so far away. As Peace are only 2 away now from collecting the entire series. This is going to be the final timeout. Possibly one of the last few buy rounds that Legacy can't afford. So if they win, obviously they're going to have a few more buy rounds ahead of them, but otherwise we're looking at a final buy into a force. And they're up against 4 ultimates as well. I mean, null point's always going to be a great entry tool. You basically got like a pseudo version of a runner back there. They got a res available. Plenty of opportunities for Peace to get on site. Legacy are just it's not even the equipment that I'm really looking at right now. I think the mentality of the team is possibly breaking a little bit here. They had a great lead. They looked like they were on fire, but as soon as things started to go wrong, Legacy have never really recovered from that. And they're trying to do some stuff on the defense here with the pistols. Couldn't quite get the distance. This gun round will probably decide the series now, whether they win this next round or not.
Crazy times. But that pause obviously utilized just still to try and give that last ditch effort. It is crazy to witness, you know, the real fault in the momentum. Like everything that Legacy did in the last map and then the explosive start they had. But, you know, Peace just keep their composure. And I think that's a massive, massive statement about their gameplay. And there we go. That's the opening from NiceHack. So at least they put themselves back into a position. And there it is again. Yep. Clutchy, he's been getting these reses off this series.
There'll be more reses there as well as the null point's been used. Okay, yeah, Tensai's down, but once they get past NiceHack, they'll pick him up. And hang on a minute, can they pick him up? Yifang's continue to find these frags somehow. Now it's just Seko. He would love to at least get one more teammate in.
And still that 3 versus 2. So the null command does allow for the res. Now just trying to get that drone up, trying to get that info. But look at the collapse, look at the pincer. All angles coming around. We've got the rotate through a link. Duddy not quite spotted, manages to just stuck away from the 0 point. And Tensai not going to clear back in. They're still a little bit chilled out. Exactly.
It's on the wrong line. Spots a barrel, I'm sure. Here we go. Yeah, that should be the cleanup now. Duddy confirms 2. Mike's got the off angle. They're working off each other. There's no way. Tensai is just not even going to get time. He won't make it out of this. Surely he might get 1 kill.
30 seconds left.
Nice. Clean.
Good recovery.
They played that really well. No oversteps. Confident in each other's calls. Like those are the moments where it can get really manic, right? You know, but it was clear that they kept their composure and got it done.
I'll tell you what. I mean, you had the interview with Legacy Run. They said, you know, they weren't that structured, and when they tried to do that, they played worse as a team. That was one of the more structured things I've seen Legacy do all day, where just play patient, you know, 3 versus 2. You know where the last 2 guys are. Play the timer, play off each other's angles, and they collected that round. Very clean stuff. Off the back of an opening from NiceHack, take Tensai off the board, they get rid of the res. So honestly, that's a lot of ultimates from Peace gone now.
How firmly is he going to hold this shoulder? Over the top. Trying to tap it away. Info gathered, he's going to hold firm, but guess what that is? That's the Hunter's Fury, and unfortunately for NiceHack, it might be game over, and it will. Punda's picked up 3, though, in the process. And he is suppressed. It's all on a Sicko. All on his lonesome now. This is where Legacy could potentially get their way back in, and that, ooh, a little bit too far, but it might have shot up the top. Shock dart now over to the other side. All utility expended. Our drone over the top. Information gathered. Mike will peek. And Legacy, they hold fast. They're scraping at that economy of peace now.
And it's like, cool, you're going to tag NiceHack, get him off the line. Hunter's Fury is going to be good for that, but Duddy and Punda are still there. They completely mowed down the rest of Peace, attempting to walk up C long, and it's going to be 2 rounds now that Legacy have been able to really string together quite comfortably, I got to say, in terms of not falling apart there. Staying calm. Only 4 rounds now separating themselves and Peace. They cannot afford to allow Peace to get to 12. If Peace get to 12, it's going to be incredibly hard. But if Legacy maintain this kind of momentum where Peace are going to get kept at 11, there's a world where Legacy do catch up.
Okay, NiceHack. Cheeky little flick. Doesn't connect the way he wanted it. So now that drone up towards trying to get that control of Runsky. My God, the jet, the dash, the straight run to freedom.
Can't believe that.
So good and so quick.
Can't believe that. NiceHack has no idea what just happened. That's an OCE jet moment right there. Peace now going to rotate that all the way over towards C, and this time, I mean, you just don't have the same hold on C. No operator here. Duddy is close by, but he's going to get pushed out from the fragment. Yeah, it's unfortunate. At least Mike does have garage control, which is good.
Mike has really picked up too, hasn't he? Managing to put much more impact through hot hands over the top. That actually might deny the plan. Not quite. We'll get to the close box on the side, however. And Mike now waiting. We'll be able to get that neural theft out. That's a lot of information that can be gathered. Camera over the top. Does actually gather that information as well. Nation shot into the corner, understanding now where he is, but the Nebula will keep him off.
Got a Cosmic
Have to
Divide.
try and... Yeah, exactly. Do they utilize it?
I think you have to, yeah. Question now is how many flashes do they have left? Duddy can be the person to really enter here, but the wall's going to cause some problems. A lot of players, the crossfire being set up by Tensai.
Oh!
A Nation, they're just going to completely shut down Legacy. Yifang's the last one alive, and he's got to consider his options. He's got a very expensive gun in towards his hands. His team doesn't have a lot of money. He knows there's no time left, so exits is the only thing he can do, and nobody from Peace is going to walk into it. They'll shake hands for it, and Legacy, they're down 5 rounds. Peace have found match point, and Legacy are backs against the wall.
Match point.
And unfortunately, I don't think Legacy will be too happy with that business deal either. They've tried their best, but they've only been given, you know, what, 30%? And the full investment has been secured by Peace here. One more round is all that they need to close it and to move into that next bracket. And as we know, you know, it's going to be a very scary matchup for them up against Order. But if they can ride this momentum that they've managed to build up off of this map, you know, taking it tomorrow, or that's where it's really going to make some sort of difference.
Here we go. Legacy going to make one last aggressive play. They'll find contact very quickly with the Punda flash up. It's not ideal.
There we go. Making it happen, but Ronski still alive, tapping away. He's found another. This is his moment now. He wants the opportunity to take the victory into his own hands, but this time he's got teammates alongside him. Moving into Garage, and look at this control taken. Duddy, he's found the timing. He might actually be able to get away with something here. He's going to line him up, but Ronski, man, oh man, he's picked up another 3K now, and he's going to look to immediately take their CT control. Does fall away to the back of the site. Nice Axe pops the ult.
Nation and Ronski have to be very careful working off each other. That's a missed opportunity. Ronski got to hit these shots, buddy. One more player left to go. It's only Nice Axe remaining. A last 1v1. Dash is available, and Ronski with the ace will push Peace into the next round of the double elimination. Legacy cannot get it done despite all their effort. What a way to go. Oh boy.
Would you have it any other way? Would you have it any other way than that, Kev? Right now, you know, Ronski taking it with the ace, and it was clean too, right? He was moving with his team, supported in accordingly, getting the trades, and just confidence. You know, when Ronski's playing like that, it is so hard to punish. You know, Order is one of the only teams that I could really sort of see, you know, really able to drive that down in their raw skill. But what a treat that we've just had in front of us right now. Obviously, Haven a little bit more one-sided, but still it was electric. It was full of fire, and I'm very happy to have been a part of that series with you, my man.
That was incredible. Brilliant into, I think, both of the final rounds on both the maps. So that was a brilliant, honestly, a brilliant series. Even though it was a 2-0, which we got to see a little bit more, I think what we did see was fantastic.
For sure. And now we will jump in. We've got the man on the line himself, Corbin Clutchy. How you doing, my friend?
Pretty good. That was a bit of a rough game for us, both of them.
Yeah, no, awesome, man. Like, I actually honestly wouldn't even say it. Like, have you come in here and say that was rough after watching what we've watched? Like, I mean, obviously, you know, Legacy almost had that comeback, but how did you guys refocus, right? You know, after seeing them get to 11, you guys were sitting at 10. Something changed, something switched, because then you immediately closed it out after.
Honestly, we knew what they were doing. I don't know what was happening. It was just so rough for us. We knew what they were doing all the time, so we just couldn't like capitalize off it. And I feel like we're pretty calm all the time, so I guess nothing really changed. We're calm all the time, and we figured out how to like react to what they were doing and stuff. So yeah.
Talk to me about what's happening on Haven as well, where you guys were at a bit of a deficit to start. Yifang was kind of popping off. He had that 10-0 start as well. But then you guys in that middle portion, you know, the latter half of the first opening half there, and then also when we look at the second half, you just had some crazy rounds. We did see that Legacy was starting to come back though. So, you know, what was going through your mind when that was starting to happen? They were starting to string through rounds again.
I don't think we were too worried because we knew what was happening and what was going wrong. We're just trying things anyway to like just feel them out a bit because we had the rounds to work with. So we're just feeling them out a bit, and we're pretty much just abusing their weakness, which is pretty like blatantly obvious. And yeah, we just kept going at their weakness, and it was pretty easy. That last game was like, I don't know, we should have played better both games. I think we played pretty bad today overall, but we came out with the win, so that's good. It was a 2-0, didn't go to 3 maps. So can't
What do you
be
feel like,
disappointed about it. That
your team is one of the few teams I've ever seen really like seriously run a carry. Obviously, Tensai moves over to that. I was probably expecting you guys to bring that up for Ascent as well. You know, where do you see that character in the meta right now? Because I think it's quite a rare pick, and most teams probably wouldn't go for it.
So I feel like it's good, especially right now, since no one else is running a KO. And basically our team, like how we play and stuff, it just works really well with how we play together. So we don't look at other teams, we look at us, like how good are we and what works for us, right? Because every team's different and every team is better with a certain meta. So pretty much like our KO, it works really well because other teams aren't using it and because other teams are playing Sentinels. So we use him a lot to like play off each other, which we're really good at. Like, I think that's our like strong point as a team. Like, we're not tactically the best, but we'll get there eventually. Right now, we're just playing off each other, and that's what's winning us games.
Cool.
Yeah, no, awesome, buddy. And, you know, I guess really my only final question before we roll off is, you know, obviously you've got Order as your next matchup. You know, we kind of expected that, right? Like looking at the bracket, we actually spoke to Tux after, who had already won you guys through, even though the game hadn't happened just yet. So clearly he was right. He's some sort of godly spirit there. But given that you guys think you had a bad game tonight, what's your preparation going to look like going into that one?
I think we learned a lot from tonight, especially. So we'll capitalize off the mistakes we made pretty quickly and take it into tomorrow's game and hopefully take Order out early, because that would be the best outcome, honestly. I mean, rip the guys in the lower brackets having to verse Order. That would suck. If we were to win. If we were to win, of course, you know. That would ruin the whole bracket, I reckon. But nah, Order's a very good team. Like, I respect all of those players so much. Like, I love versing them because it just shows you like how good a team can be. And I'm pretty sure every other team in OC is aiming to be like them. So they're really the like big brother of the region. And whoever goes with them to NA is like just the little man there with them, you know? Especially right now.
There we go. Well,
Awesome.
yeah, we've heard from the man, Clutchy. All I can say is, brother, thanks for hanging out. And, you know, good luck tomorrow, obviously, in that big Titan matchup against Order. Kev, mate, it has been a wild night. And I think it's a good time to probably reflect on the bracket of what we've actually seen so far. 2-0s across the board. Up until now, obviously, we did have Mindfreak actually take over that map on Team Bliss, which is a really big result. I believe it was a 13-10. And, of course, Wildcard did 2-0 over Nebula. A little bit less surprising, but I guess the bracket is starting to kind of square up where possible. The biggest question mark was definitely around Mindfreak and Bliss.
Yeah, to me as well. I think if you looked across the board, Wildcard you'd favor to take down Nebula. Order, obviously an Order. Peace and Legacy are going to be the underdogs here. It's not impossible. Peace you probably have coming through as well. So Mindfreak, Bliss, bit of a coin flip. Everyone else winning is probably the expected result.
Absolutely. But obviously to update everyone on what that's going to be looking like, I do believe it's going to be a similar time to yesterday, which worked out to be about 6:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for the start of the matches over on that A stream. I do believe it's actually going to be Tony and Matsy tomorrow night. Or no, sorry, that's Friday rather. We've got Pilsky and Mac tomorrow. So Friday will be Tony and Matsy, and then I believe Mitch and Mac on Saturday as well. So Kev, we'll be bidding you farewell, my friend. As I said, it's an absolute honor to have you back on. Obviously, you know, a titan of our scene, a very respected member, you know, with your Overwatch background, and you know, it's been a treat to have you here. Obviously, representing our you know, our country and our region, I suppose, over in, you know, those North America matches in Valorant too. So big shout to you, my friend, and thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's a great little cameo. Happy to finally work with you as well, Mitch, specifically. So it's fantastic to be able to add that notch to the belt for working on VOT and being back in OCE Valorant, even if only briefly. Thanks for having me.
Absolute pleasure, my friend. But to close out for everyone at home, of course, make sure you do go check out that B stream as well. You've got Digital and Smash who are still running that through with Mindfreak versus Bliss. It's going to be an exciting one. I do believe we'll be sending over a host or a raid of some nature. But of course, massive shout out to them for coming on and running that B stream. Huge thank you to our partners in obviously LG and Rockhat, and of course Vodafone as well, putting up that MVP. Everyone in the studio, Crash on the observation. You guys are legends. This has been Conky and Avril. We'll see you all next time. Peace.
Pain picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a sneaky play.
No, oh my god! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. And shooting. Oh my word!